Okay, let's get down to business. I'm guessing you don't actually have any urgent business with Tartaglia, per se. You just want information, right? Wanna take a guess? Of course you'd say that. You shouldn't underestimate Counselor Tartaglia. That's right. I'm sure you've heard of the Snezhnograd Vecha by now. Well, he's busy preparing some paperwork for their... They'll be discussing yet another extension to Project Stuja. It's basically all anyone cares about in the Vecha these days. Yeah, he's more of the shoot first, ask questions. It all started with a very detailed letter that Capitano left for the jester, Piero, before leaving for Natlan. In that letter, he detailed the future arrangements for his subordinates. All of his key people were reassigned to Tartaglia. I guess he'd already prepared to leave us for good all the way back then. But Piero didn't reveal the contents of the letter until the events... That was his reaction, too. Why me? With a bewildered... He'd always assumed Capitano looked down on him. He was a man who kept his thoughts to himself and barely spoke to him the whole time, but he occasionally brought Tartaglia along to my tea parties back in the day. So to the rest of us, it was clear that Capitano had quite a lot of respect for his young comrade. By the rest of us, I mean my tea party regulars. Arlecchino, Rosaline, and... Actually, not Columbina. She was probably oblivious to it. Anyway, then the Liues situation happened. Normally, it took a lot to get under Capitano's skin, but that time he was furious. It's not really my place, basically. Tartaglia probably had the wrong idea about Capitano all along. Right up until Piero revealed the letter he'd left behind. Capitano believed that despite Tartaglia's immaturity, he showed great potential. Plus, he possessed a kind of purity rare... Yeah, it's one of the few things that I'd agree those two have in common. But there's one other reason why Capitano chose Tartaglia to assume command of his troop. He knew that after he was gone, several of the others would swoop in on his army like vultures. With the ones who stood to benefit the most being the rooster Pulcinella and Regrator Pantalone. Once they divided Capitano's troops between them, they'd be more powerful than ever. So, you can see why Capitano chose to hand that letter to Piero, right? Exactly. Piero also needed to back a harbinger as soon as possible. And, all things considered, Tartaglia was the best choice. Even though Tartaglia has had the support of Northland Bank for a long time, he and Pantalone are ultimately not cut from the same cloth. I'd say Capitano made a good judgment call. Anyone else caught in this situation would probably feel like they'd been hung out to dry. His best course of action will be to distance himself from any shady business, while still maintaining friendly relations with Pantalone, but seeking Pulcinella's support at the same time. What's the point in having a tea party if you don't spill a little? Besides, none of this is confidential anyway. Ask any journalist. You'll see it firsthand if you ever sit in on a session of the Snezhnograd Vecha. All the factional strife, whether open or unspoken. Having a voice in the Vecha is the only way to steer policies in your favor. So, every person in that group, Pantalone, for instance, represents the financial sector, and Tartaglia represents the Fatui soldiers. Personally, I have no interest in political jousting. But since I have a number of engineers and researchers under my command, I have to make their voices heard. Then there's Pulcinella, the linchpin of the Vecha. He represents politics. Everything involves him, so nothing can bypass him. Any issue that comes up, he knows how to mediate. That's what the Tsaritsa values most about him.
I'm starting to see why everyone is so frustrated with the way things are, but also powerless to change it. A complex web of interests connects all parties involved, and the Tsaritsa sitting at the top adds another layer of complexity. It must be nearly impossible to come up with a perfect solution.
All right, I'm done carrying this conversation. Time for you to answer a question of mine. You must have known that you can get the info you needed from me. So why was Tartaglia the first person you asked to see and not me? I just don't understand, that's all. Anyway, do I really need... Wait. Oh, I think I know what it is. Columbina passed on my message to you before you left Notcry, right? I only meant you should be mindful of which side you're on. Is that actually why you didn't ask for me? Because you took that to heart? You... fair enough. It's not your fault. I blame all these politicians I've been hanging around with lately. Always beating about the bush when they talk. I guess it must have rubbed off on me. Anyway, just ask for my help next time, okay? Little things like this are no problem.
Lady Marionette.
What now? Can't you see I'm on my break? Whatever it...
Sorry to disturb you during your break, ma'am, but I'm afraid it's an emergency.
Isn't it always? I've told you before. Fixing the tracks and transporting ice blocks does not constitute an emergency.
The equipment in Svietlo-Lightovka is in urgent need of maintenance. With how the weather's been recently, we suspect that the cause is a buildup. The supports on one of the machines broke and fell, awakening a dormant beast and leaving many of the ice miners trapped in a nearby ice cave. Luckily, Odette's team was nearby and launched a rescue operation, but we're still facing a severe manpower shortage for both the rescue and engineering teams.
I guess that's it then. Our tea party will have to end here. I'm the only engineer you'll need. Do you actually want to come with, or are you just saying that? Nice of you to return the favor. I'll have a couple of people look after Paimon. They can let her know that you had to step out for a while. Given how, and honestly, I'd rather have your help than anyone else's. Between your skills and experience, then let's go. You, take 2 people to Pavoye restaurant. If anything happens to Paimon, you'll be answering.
Yes, Lady Marionette.
They weren't exaggerating. From what I've been told, most of the trapped miners are over in... Yeah, you do that while I check the rest of the equipment. I'll evacuate the people around. Meet me back here as soon as you're done.
I have to be getting close.
Don't go any further. It's too dangerous here. There's a highly aggressive monster on the prowl. You need to leave, now. Ah, I see. You're the backup from Snezhnograd. Well, I'm Odette. Good to meet you.
Ah, so this is Odette. She was the first member of the Fatui on the scene.
There are 5 people trapped in the cave. Monster type is unknown, and so is its location. Let's go. Every second counts. Careful. Something's moving. This must be the monster's shadow. Looks like a tough opponent. Together.
Stay back!
begin. Waltz of the snowflakes. I see them. They're right behind the monster. The monster seems very agitated. It could attack at any moment. Let's make the first move. Together. Pas de deux.
Yeah! Following thunder!
Thank you for saving us. We'd have been monster fodder otherwise.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. You should be safe now. Follow this route out. He and I will stay behind to watch the rear.
Thank you.
I've searched the area. Pretty sure the monster made a tactical retreat. Yeah, but with us here, it won't be coming back anytime. It may be small, but don't be fooled. It's a ferocious... It's lucky we got here when we did. The trapped miners have been successfully evacuated.
Wait, this place... There's something unusual...
What is that?
I don't know. It's back?
Guess it has family. This way. Run! Thanks. Let's get out of here.
Luck can swing the results of a single game, but it's bound to run out sooner or later.
Everyone's accounted for. We managed to rescue them all. We also placed... You really held your own today. I still... don't think I've seen you before. I'll remember... Alright then. See you... hello, Lady Marionette.
I hear the rescue operation was a great success. What brings you here, Odette? Here for a performance?
No, a Fatui mission. I happened to be nearby and heard the crash.
She hasn't introduced herself then. Odette is the prima ballerina of Snezhnograd. She's quite the celebrity. If you ever hear people mention the two crowning jewels of the Korailievsky troupe, they're talking about Odette and the prima donna, Vodianitsa. On top of that, Odette's also a rising Fatui star. It's looking likely she'll inherit the title of the Fair Lady. She learned all her combat skills from Rosaline herself. Used to be one of her most valued subordinates, too.
You flatter me, Lady Marionette.
If she's Rosaline's protege, that makes me... Never mind. There's no need to bring it up. No point making things awkward.
How's progress on your end, Lady Marionette?
Equally successful. I finished reinforcing all the equipment. Took me a little longer without Polonia's. Even if the heavy snowfall summoned by that monster lasts for another 3 months straight, all right, now that we're done here, it's time to get out of this blizzard. Sure, but Snezhnograd will send someone to investigate and draw up a relief plan. And I guess I'll have to write the incident report myself First, Pantalone needs to approve the budget. Then Pulcinella has to sign off on the plan. Once they've argued it out, that's the rough process anyway. Could take anywhere from a couple of weeks to a couple of months, depending on how smoothly it goes. Yup, nothing we can do about it. There's a whole stack of incidents.
The snow has eased a little for now, but there's no telling when that will change with that fuel for heating is in short supply, and relief is weeks away. There's no immediate threat to... It just feels like there should be a better...
Hey, quit daydreaming. Let's get back to Snezhnograd. When did you get a new sword?
I found it in a cave. It handles pretty nicely.
You have a strange affinity for second-hand swords.
right here.
Let's begin.
Surrender! You stand condemned! Through me, justice is served! Guilty! You stand condemned!
Sacred name, fortune preserver.
Life goes on.
Right now, emerge, right now.
Together. Padada. Witness the snow swan's grace.
Nowhere to run! Guilty! Futile! You stand condemned!
Right here, emerge.
Let's begin. Waltz of the snowflakes. Go.
Nothing lasts forever. Right now, right here.
Shadow me. Padada.
Opening box of Odette tricks.
Surrender! Your sins weigh upon your soul! Your penance is due! Guilty!
Emerge, right now, emerge.
Together. So this is what pain feels like.
Huh. Well, if it isn't Counselor Tartaglia, Mr. Big Shot himself.
Go easy on me, all right? I'm still recovering from the interrogation the real big shots put me through. Hey, comrade. It's been too long. I heard you came looking for me earlier. Nicest surprise I've... Good to see you too, Odette. I'm guessing you guys just got back from Sviatlo Lajdovka. How'd it go? Crisis averted?
It went fine.
How about you? Any new developments?
Not really. Same as ever. Growing opposition to Project Stuja, and the usual rebuttals are starting to ring hollow. The results of the mock vote were pretty dire. Pulcinella was fuming. I've never seen the old man so angry.
That's not good news. It takes...
Yeah. Obviously, if push comes to shove, there are ways to crack down on dissent.
Sorry, I have to ask something. This is...
Huh? Of course, fire away.
It sounds to me like everyone's tearing their hair out trying to figure out how to deal with opposition to Project Stuja. But what exactly is this project's purpose? And how can it be so important that even people like you two refuse to stand up for the ordinary people of Snezhnaya?
Huh?
Interesting. I gotta...
Excuse him? What does he mean, refuse to stand up for...
Oh my gosh. How does he dare speak?
Are you interrogating us now?
It's okay, Sandrone. Let me explain. If I could, I'd take your side right now. In fact, my position's very similar to yours. I've only held back on casting a dissenting vote in the Vecha because the Tsaritsa would never let me get away with it. Still, I have a responsibility to the Fatui armed forces, so I do what I can to make their voices heard. Most of them are just regular folks from small towns. I'm sure you've seen how much those kinds of places are struggling right now. Oh, and for what it's worth, I'm from Arepasak myself. Things aren't going so swell there either. The Tsaritsa wants to create a better, safer future for the people of Snezhnaya, but she's thinking long-term. I don't doubt that from where you're standing, Project Stuja seems to be creating all sorts of issues for everyone. But considering the Tsaritsa's vision for the future, these are sacrifices worth making. Sounds cold, I know. But I promise it's not as black and white as it seems. Maybe Sandrone and I can't oppose Project Stuja outright, but we're constantly raising our concerns in Vetcha meetings. And even though we can't put an end to it, there are plenty of other ways to make a difference. We're trying everything we can think of, and so is Pulcinella. I respect Her Majesty, the Tsaritsa, and trust her decisions. But at the end of the day, I'm still just a normal guy who cares deeply about my homeland. And my family, who all live here. There's no way I would ever abandon them.
As contentious as things can get within the Vetcha, there's no selfishness or malice behind it. Everyone wants to get through this period as smoothly as possible. The issue is that there's no way of pleasing everyone under the present circumstances. Most of the time, we're trying to decide on the lesser of two evils, but that is not the same thing as being blindly loyal to the Tsaritsa. No one's got their head in the sand here. We're all well aware of the way things are.
In fairness to Sandrone, she rushed to Svietlo Lidovka's aid the moment she heard that people were and even Tartaglia, who used to only care about the thrill of the fight, is clearly doing his best to rise to the demands of his new role as counselor.
Hey, come on. There's only so much we can say, so don't press us too hard. Look, I know how untenable the Tsaritsa's position looks, if you don't maybe you've heard already. But she's currently leading her army on a campaign to the east to defeat the monster that's been causing these brutal blizzards. Striking that monster down will be a significant step in dealing with as laser-focused as she is on realizing her lifelong ambitions. She's still putting time and energy into taking down this powerful monster. To me, that says a lot. If she thought Snezhnaya and its people didn't matter in the grand scheme of things, why would she waste her time on something like this? Thanks. I meant every word I said, though. I wasn't just trying to placate you. I've already done more than enough.
I still think this adventurer raises a very important point. Our two harbingers have made their positions very clear. But there are many others in the Vetcha who must feel trapped and forced to vote against their conscience. I think it's a very valuable quality to be willing to speak one's mind, despite the risk of offending powerful figures.
You can say that again. I highly doubt we'd feel the need to explain ourselves so much if we didn't know you.
Forgive me, adventurer, but might I be so bold as to ask about your background? How is it that you can converse so—
Oh, haven't you been properly introduced?
Easier said than done. I like to think I'm not the kind of person who goes around busting open people's old wounds.
I've only learned his name so far, and no details of his experiences.
Uh-oh. Is there no avoiding the subject of Rosaline?
No, it's just— All right. This is the world-renowned traveler, who helped resolve the storm terror threat in Mondstadt, cleaned up after the mess I made in Liyue, and then went to Inazuma, where there was a duel before the throne, in which the traveler defeated Rosaline.
Oh.
I'm sorry. I didn't think you two would be seeing much of each other, so I figured it wasn't worth bringing up.
It's fine. It was a long time ago. It's fine. Sorry. I just remembered that we have a rehearsal coming up. Please excuse me.
I've mentioned this to you before, remember? She was Rosaline's most valued subordinate. But they didn't actually get along. Not that Rosaline was really the type of person to make friends, but death has a way of resolving—
Don't let it weigh on you. Like she said, it was a long time ago. It's in the past now. Odette has a very different personality from Rosaline. Give her some time. I'm sure she'll work through it. Oh, by the way, where's Paimon? It's not like her.
She hasn't been feeling well, so she's resting at Podvorier restaurant. I got a couple of my people to look after.
Oh, right. Sorry to hear that. Poor thing. Reminds me of when Tonya was little. She really felt the cold back then. I felt so bad for her seeing her lying in bed, coughing. She was so mature for her age, though. Whenever someone came to visit her, I'm sure Paimon's a good kid, too. You're a little short on manpower, right? Let me have a couple of my people take over for yours. I'll send my most capable and reliable. They'll make sure
Well, that would be great. Your people are...
Hey, don't mention it. I'm sure you have things to do. Hopefully this takes a load off, so no more accusing me of not being on your side, all right?
Already? That was quick.
I'm afraid I can't help you there. Our director's recent movements are confidential. If you hadn't told me, I never would have known he'd gone south. I assumed he'd been in Glupov this whole time. Well, I guess I'd better go sort out Paimon's security situation. I have some other work to catch—
Me too. I have an incident report to write up. Let's leave it there for now.
I guess everyone's in a difficult position. But Tartaglia's right. I have things to do. Things I want to do. To start with, I should ask Alosha if he knows any way to help Svietlo-Lidovka. How strange. This sword seems to be vibrating of its own. It's a very faint vibration, but it's getting strong. Does this sword have some connection to the statue? But that place I got this sword from was definitely out of the ordinary.
Should I really come with you?
Cryostorm!
It worked. There really is something special about this sword. I don't really understand what just happened, but I'm pretty sure I'll have to try the same thing again when I come across another Just what will we come across this time?
return to the skies!
Rise with the sun! Rev the engines!
Hello there. How can I help? Ah, sure thing. Give me a second. I'll go fetch them for you.
It's a familiar story. I've had similar experiences. Although Snezhnegrad doesn't deliberately delay or withhold relief, those first few days of waiting for help are always the hardest. It's a fundamental contradiction. If emergency relief... not necessarily. I think there's a good chance that Kresnik Krystal from Stratomeros... When we resolve Stratomeros' energy issue, it's like we open the flood. A huge backlog of Krystal is now available to the townspeople. There's no way they can use it up at once. A lot of them will probably stockpile it and... Exactly. At the current... Hey, boss.
1 second, let me check.
Yeah. I don't know if I have enough, so I'll chip in a little... No, it's fine. You're new to
Here's your Mora. See what you can find...
Yeah, well... Let's see... Huh?
Oh, Alosha, and... Hello.
I didn't realize you two knew each other. Yeah, I take on some odd jobs in the city to supplement my hunting income. Sometimes I work as a cleaner or prop hand at the theater where Odette is one of the big stars, so I've met her a few times. When the weather's as bad as this, it's better for...
Yes, and we sometimes need...
Wait, why is the atmosphere so awkward? I thought... So, what brings you here, Miss Odette? Looking for some new
No. After I got back to the theater, I couldn't stop thinking about the situation, and so I decided I'd come here and see if there's anything I can do. You too, I presume. I suppose that's why you're here. I didn't feel comfortable expressing my true opinions in front of the Harbingers. Not least because ordinary Fatui like me don't even know what projects... Without knowing the full picture, I can't make sense of it. And at some point, if things aren't making sense to me...
So many people feel the same way. They wish they could do something, but all kinds of reservations hold them back. Explains why groups like the Rokot are springing up to fill the gap.
Yes. Well, that's one option. But there are risks to consider with organizations like that.
Right. Because things can get out of hand, and it's hard to hold...
Sandrone said Odette was on track to inherit the title of the Fair Lady. If so, she'll be able to find out what project Stuja has... Still, it's probably a little soon to ask her about that.
What's on your mind? I think we can both agree that no matter which side you're on, it can't stop you from doing the right thing. I know what Rosaline did while she was abroad. You made the right decision, so no hard feelings. So, what's your plan?
Oh, we were gonna buy some Krystal. I heard there's some on the market.
Funny. I had the same idea. In that case, let me pay. I can claim it back as mission expenses. The real issue here is that government relief is behind schedule. Surely it makes more sense for the state to cover these costs than for us to pay out of our own pockets.
True. It's a huge expense after all.
Let me see. I'll take it all, please. And I'll be needing a receipt. Right. Choose mission budget under the expense category, but be sure to specify emergency rescue operation in the description. Otherwise, the normal reimbursement limit will apply. Let's book this train. Regulations say that if we need to transport Kresnik Crystal during Project... that should do it. The train will be a...
This is my first time seeing you handle Fatui affairs, Miss Odette. It seems you're as skilled an officer as you are a dancer.
You flatter me. It's only because I've been doing both my whole life.
Anyway, I bet you've been non-stop today, am I right? Any idea how Paimon's doing?
What's wrong? Who's Paimon?
His travel buddy. Hasn't been feeling well. She caught a cold right after they got to Snezhnaya.
Sounds like she's important to you. I can't believe you've been dealing with this on top of everything you've been doing to help the people of Snezhnaya.
I've got nothing going on.
May I come too? I have some candy that someone gave me back in Svietlo-Lidovka. Plus, I know a little bit about relieving cold symptoms.
All right then, let's go. I still don't know what the deal is between these two, but at least the tension seems to have vanished. A good sign, hopefully.
budget proposal absolutely must pass. Budget proposal absolutely must pass. Budget proposal absolutely must pass.
Good deeds and bad. In the end,
This budget proposal absolutely
all will
must
be
pass.
placed upon the scales.
People are always more naive than they think. And this place is no exception.
This budget proposal absolutely must pass.
People are always more naive than they think. And this place is no exception.
Luck can swing the results of a single game, but it's bound to run out sooner or later.
This budget proposal absolutely must pass. This budget proposal absolutely must pass.
I do try to lighten the mood sometimes, but I'm not the best judge of other people's sense of humor.
This budget proposal absolutely must pass. This budget proposal absolutely must pass.
People are always more naive than they think. And this place is no exception.
Luck can swing the results of a single game, but it's bound to
This
run
budget
out
proposal
sooner or later.
absolutely must pass.
People are always more naive than they think. And this place is no exception.
budget proposal absolutely must pass. Budget proposal absolutely must pass. This budget proposal absolutely must pass.
I do try to lighten the mood sometimes, but I'm not the best judge of other people's sense of humor.
Absolutely must pass. This budget proposal absolutely must pass.
Luck can swing the results of a single game, but it's bound to run out sooner or later.
People are always more naive than they think. And this place is no exception.
This budget proposal absolutely must pass.
I do try to lighten the mood sometimes, but I'm not the best judge of other people's sense of humor.
This budget proposal absolutely must pass.
Good deeds and bad. In the end, all will be placed upon the scales.
This budget proposal absolutely must pass.
Luck can swing the results of a single game, but it's bound to run out sooner or later.
This budget proposal absolutely must pass. This budget proposal absolutely must pass.
People are always more naive than they think. And this place is no exception.
Only I had been born in a romantic time like that.
This budget proposal absolutely must pass.
People
I do try to lighten the mood sometimes, but I'm not the best judge of other people's sense of humor.
This budget proposal absolutely must pass. This budget proposal absolutely must pass. This budget proposal absolutely must pass.
Luck can swing the results of a single game, but it's
Nowhere to run!
I love seeing everything covered in a fresh blanket of snow. There's a perfect stillness to it that's not lifeless, but calm and peaceful.
Lumia's just too cute! But she does have a bad habit of swallowing any shiny thing she lays her eyes on. So, keep your valuables well away, or you might never see them again. Our bond is strong!
Shadow me.
Shut up!
Yeah.
Just you?
Faster? Okay, faster. Faster? Okay, faster. Life goes on. Together. Crystalline Adagio. A sacred name. Fortune Preserver.
Our bond is strong.
Let's begin.
Terrified.
How tiresome.
Together. Faster? Rise. Padada. Walls of the snowflakes.
How tiresome.
Hey! Are you still with us?
Let's test
Life
my
goes on.
hypothesis.
Our bond is strong.
Shadow me. Wheel of life. Witness the snow swan's grace. Let's go somewhere cooler. Wow.
Take a break. Time to relax.
Orders given. Orders received.
Cast your
Let
words
go.
to the wind. What a shit. How tiresome.
Wheel of life.
Get with me.
Opening box of Odette tricks. Go.
Take a break.
Life goes on.
Turn that frown upside down. Our bond is strong.
Come on, keep it up.
Rise. Sacred name. Fortune Preserver.
How tiresome.
Together.
Let's test my hypothesis.
Crystalline
Get with me.
Adagio.
Out of my way.
Wheel of life.
Take a break.
Shadow me. Use of Adepti Tricks. Pirouette. Witness.
What a jerk.
One's grace. Go. Let's begin. Crystalline Adagio. Orders given. Orders received.
How tiresome.
Shadow me. Pas de deux.
One, two. Hey, do you know what? Neither do I. I already forgot.
Oh!
One, two, breathe. 3, 4, and let's go somewhere cooler. One, two, breathe. 3, 4, and One, two, breathe. 3, 4, and
2, 3, 4. 2, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, breathe. 3, 4, and Hey, do you know what? Neither do I. I already forgot. One, two, breathe. 3, 4, and I want to build a snowman. Will you help? Let's go somewhere cooler. One, two, breathe. 3, 4, and Hey, do you know what? Neither do I. I already forgot. One, two, breathe. 3, 4, and One, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4. One, two, breathe. 3, 4, and Hey, do you know what? Neither do I. I already forgot. One, two, breathe. 3, 4, and, 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4. One, two, breathe. 3, 4, and, Hey, do you know what? Neither do I. I already forgot. One, two, breathe. 3, 4, and, Let's go somewhere cooler. One, two, breathe. 3, 4, and, Hey, do you know what? Neither do I. I already forgot. do I already forgot. One, two, breathe. 3, 4, and let's go somewhere cooler. Hey, do you know what? Neither do I. I already forgot. Let's go somewhere cooler. One, two, breathe. 3, 4, and one, two, breathe. 3, 4, and
Hello. Sorry, but there's a sick person recovering in this room. Can I help you?
What happened?
Oh, please, excuse me. Are you the Ah, it's really you. Sorry for the... At the same time, we can't interfere with Podvoye Restaurant's business. That would only seem all... Besides myself, a few of my colleagues are stationed in and around the restaurant, in plain clothes.
I didn't expect such a high
Well, Master Child handpicked us for this special assignment. Anyway, I won't...
Hi, I'm Odette. The Traveler and I crossed paths a few times.
Another friend from the Fatui, huh? You're practically a member yourself by this point. Paimon's definitely on the mend. We should be back to our usual travels in a few days. It's just... Paimon's limbs are still...
I have just the thing.
Whoa! What's this? Is that... a flame inside an ice cube? Wait.
All keen observations. You're right. This is called Core Ignis. Whenever I've caught a cold in the past, I found I recover much more quickly if I place this by my bed. You're welcome.
Awesome! Wow! It's so nice and warm. Your name was Odette, right?
Looks like she's in pretty good spirits. That's a relief. Any progress with your investigation yet? No surprises there, I'm sure. They're not likely to let anything slip. The Rokad, huh? Members of the Rokad keep their true identities hidden. Leave it with me. Meet me at the Korolyevsky...
Would anyone like a drink? I'm gonna head...
Paimon will have... enough with the secret chat, you two. Let's catch up properly in a minute. Paimon wants to know everything that's happened. It'll be kinda like tabletop troupe.
Ah, you made it. I've got some tickets, and I managed to set something up with the Rokad. It'll have to wait until after the show, though. Happy to stay and watch? I doubt you've seen the Korolyevsky troupe on stage. Pleasure.
Please present yourself for a routine inspection in accordance...
Is that guy with the Fatui? Looks like he's waiting for something.
Okay, all done. Thank you.
What's up? Everything okay? Snezhnaya's business and political leaders are always passing through here. Still, it's a little unusual to see the Fatui's Armory Palace guard here. You saw him, right? The guy right at the back. Strong, silent type. His name's Valeri. He's part of the Special Assignments Battalion, but I only ever see him here for one thing. To look for a guy named Mitya. Supposedly a researcher, though he never seems to put much time in at the office. The theater is one of his favorite places to... but that's not for us to worry about. Let's go. What do you think? Pretty impressive, huh? Oh, the one in Fontaine? I hear it's iconic. Here we are, just in time. Sorry, coming through.
Ugh. If you're gonna show up late, keep your mouth shut.
What's his problem? What?
Look, there she is. That's who I'm introducing you to later. She's the lead singer of the troupe, Vodyanitsa. This leads directly to the green room. They're expecting us. Vodyanitsa will be waiting for us there. Hey there, excuse me.
Can you believe it? I am so mad right now. Come in.
Oh, it's you two.
Huh? You know each other? Oh, wait. Is this who you were?
I never said that.
Yes, you did. Why are you denying it? It was right before I went on that rant about the moody factory owner.
Might I ask what brings you two here?
Oh, I just brought him here to see the show. And when it finished, he was full of praise for Vodionitsa's performance. So I thought I'd try my luck, see if we could get the chance to chat for a bit. Maybe get an autograph?
You work here. You of all people ought to know that's against the rules.
Oh, what's the big deal? Come on, don't be shy. I can give you an autograph. You can take a picture too if you want.
Do as you please. I finished all my shows for the day. I'll leave you to chat.
I wasn't making that stuff up, you know. Odette's just too proud to admit it. She thinks very highly of you, and so do I.
We're good. Odette's out of earshot. I'll lock the door. Confidentiality, of course. The Rokot is very strict on that.
Whoa, Alosha! Not out loud! Not with an outside—
Relax, I've taken care of it. Look at this.
The President's reply sent this morning. Wait, so he's been approved to join?
You told me last night that you wanted to get intel from the Rokot. Unfortunately, Rokot intel is only— But ever since you set foot in Snezhnaya, we've been working together. Everything about you is perfectly in alignment with what we're trying to achieve in the Rokot. So I figured I might as well cut to the chase. I wrote a letter to the President explaining your situation, including just the right amount of detail. Of course, it's still your decision whether you want to join or not. We'll respect your choice.
Well, assuming Odette was telling the truth and she didn't misjudge you, I guess we don't need to worry about you. Still, you gave me a real fright. I didn't know that's why you came looking for me. So, that stuff you said about admiring my now you're talking—
Anyway, let me give you a quick rundown of how things work. Like I said, the Rokot is a covert organization, and we hide our identities. Members typically don't meet in person or even know each other's identities. This helps us maintain a high level of independence and secrecy. Because of this, members are basically free to decide their methods without constraints, so long as the outcome of—
After all, we don't have any ostensible contact with each other. This way, if anything goes wrong, no one else will be implicated.
Beyond the freedom to choose how you operate, it's also your choice whether to act at all. We have plenty of members who have yet to take any action. In short, joining the Rokot in and of itself won't place any restrictions on your act. There's a code of conduct you can read if it interests you. But basically, as long as you don't plan on using your anonymity to go around doing evil.
I tried reading it 5 or 6 times. Never made it all the way through. Even the most lackluster script makes for more interest—
Great. Then I'll go grab an official application form. Be right back.
Well, Alosha has this pet dog, you see. His name's Tagarin, and this one time, Alosha brought him backstage. Tagarin took quite a liking to me, so I played. Then, the Rokot was out on a mission one day, and even though we were all in disguise, Dagaran recognized me right away.
Just a coincidence, really. We didn't report it to the higher-ups, though, to avoid dealing with the fallout. Like... my job at the theater, for instance. I really needed to make ends meet. By the way, what were you complaining about just before we came in? Did everything go okay with Chuganov?
Everything did not go okay. That's why I was so mad. I tried to make some small talk with him before I went on stage to fish for intel about the Iskra manufacturing plant. But he wouldn't take the bait. And then he started complaining. He said he didn't appreciate his second-rate seat in the... I mean, what did he expect? Everyone knows that if you want a box seat, you buy a ticket well in advance. I had to juggle things around just to get him a half-decent seat, hoping he would appreciate the gesture enough to share some information. But nope, he didn't give me anything.
Yeah, meeting Chuganov in person has definitely been a disappointing experience. Oh, you probably don't know who we're talking about, do you? Chuganov was that older guy you were sitting next to today. I'm sure he didn't make a great first impression on...
To the citizenry, he's a family man and a kind boss, but our interactions with him tell a very different story. It's one thing to ask for a favor, but he acts like it's his right. He always expects special treatment. Take the ticket situation, for instance. I've actually gotten him a private box in the past. But not only was he not even grateful, now he's acting like I've sold him short this time. Not to mention that he's never paid for a single one of his tickets. And another thing, if he's such a big family man, why doesn't he bring his wife and daughter to see the show once in a while? I've never seen them here, not even once.
Calm down, Vodyanitsa. If you won't do it the easy way, we'll have to try the hard way. But first things first. Here's your application form. Go ahead and fill it out.
Looks like I'll need to make a few little... All right. Now that we're officially Rokut comrades, I can tell you. Recently, we've done some recon work at the Iskra manufacturing plant, which pretty much confirmed that their energy all we need now is some direct evidence to present to the Vetcha, so we can
That way, the Kresny Crystal can be allocated to where it's needed most.
I was hoping he might let slip during one of our chats, but he's too tight-lipped. I'm meeting another regular theater-goer tonight, Mitya.
But Valeri's here too, and he's probably looking for Mitya, so he may end up being...
Don't you worry. He must know how to dodge Valeri, or he wouldn't be showing up. Mitya is a renowned energy expert. Although we can't get any direct evidence of the excessive... The authorities should take someone like him seriously. So if he starts raising questions about energy use at the Iskra... Also, we're not allowed on site, but he has clearance. So all we need is his cooperation. Yeah, so that's the other thing we're trying to figure out. Though I think we're far less likely to make any progress on that front. Still, I hear that Mitya is a bit of a chatterbox. So, who knows? Maybe if we catch him in the right mood, he'll let something slip.
What do you think? Sound like something worth your time?
Okay, in that case, you guys find a seat somewhere nearby. Pretend you're a couple of buddies there to eat, and keep your ears peeled for useful information. He's a huge fan, so I doubt he'll have his guard up around me. But you two need to be convincing. If he suspects...
Sure. Don't worry. We'll make a believable pair of buddies.
Perfect! You've sold me already. Now...
Okay. What...
everything!
We come here often, so we shouldn't stand out. Let's sit here. Now, it's up to Vodyanitsa. Let's see how the conversation goes.
Mr. Metia! Over here! Over here!
Oh, sorry. I got a little held up on my way here. Now we have even less time than we planned. Go ahead and order some snacks and drinks. Whatever you like. Let me see. According to my schedule, we still have 25 minutes left.
You're really pressed for time today, huh? I was imagining this would be a leisurely chat.
No need. Getting to meet the lead singer is a very precious opportunity for me. I've already had to decline your invitation several times because our schedules rarely align. If I don't grab this chance while it's here, who knows when the next one will come around?
Well, it's very kind of you to make time just for me.
I'm not too sure, to be honest. But Snezhnaya's full of weird and wonderful things like that, so people tend not to bat an eye. I'm sure the same will go for the Eye of Grey and Paimon.
The reason I invited you out for tea and a chat today was to get some feedback from a true fan of the theater.
Well, I genuinely have nothing bad to say. No matter how many times I hear you sing, it never gets old. Maybe it's because the more times I listen, the more details I notice. Or maybe you simply...
Thank you! I'm delighted to hear that! Could you give me any specific...
Oh, yeah. The piece you sang today, for example. Beneath the... Hey, what's with you? I'm just praising a good performance. I always used to find that such a bleak and lonely song. But the more you listen, the more you realize that it's not as cold and nihilistic as it appears. When you really dig down into it...
Wow, I'm impressed. I didn't expect you to pick up on that. Actually, I only tried out that angle after talking with a composer. Still, Beneath the Frozen River wasn't on today's program.
Oh, really? But it's a class...
Almost every time.
Oh, well then, let me say a few words about...
I didn't sing that one today either. My voice wasn't quite up to it.
Oh, but...
Sorry, Mr. Metia, but you were at the theater today, yes?
Of course I was. Remember? I said hello to all the troop members.
So, what did Odette sing today?
Elegy of the Snow-Winged Goose, of course.
Correct. I see. You find my singing boring, don't you? That's why you don't remember a single song.
No, that's not it. I swear. All right. I'll be straight with you. I enjoy watching your shows because the exquisite performances stimulate the mind. It always sparks some inspiration for my research. So, for a change of pace. Odette's dance during the Elegy of the Snow-Winged Goose today was simply incredible. It got me wondering what she's been going... That look of sheer defiance in the face of utter tragedy? It was so inspiring. I started scribbling in my notebook right away. Not that I made a ton of progress in the grand scheme of things, but I still think it was productive. By the time I snapped out of it, the entire show had finished.
So what you're saying is...
Unfortunately not. I'm sorry. I don't know which is more disrespectful. The fact that I don't always come for the show
Seems like things are getting a little awkward.
Mitya just stepped into a conversational minefield. If there's one thing Vodyanitsa doesn't like, it's people who show disrespect for her... this meeting was so hard to set up. Don't tell me it's already falling apart.
It's fine. I suppose this is... affirming in its own way. At least, don't let it bother you. It certainly doesn't bother me.
She's showing a lot of restraint.
Well, I'll be sure to let Odette know how much you adored her performance.
Please don't say that. I always love your performances too. It's just that inspiration struck at the wrong time today.
I know, I can tell. I'm sure some people can't stand it when others praise their coworkers right to their face, but not me. No, sir.
Fair enough. I still feel kind of bad.
But you know what I really can't stand? People who only show up to the—
Oh, yeah, 100%. There are too many of those people around. By the time they're walking out the door, what's wrong?
I don't know if you've heard about the boss of the Iskra manufacturing plant. He isn't even a theater investor. But he box tickets only, premium drinks, even the right to request specific—
Well played, Vodyanitsa. Seems like she's harnessing her—
Now that you mention it, I've interacted with that guy before. I gotta say, everyone holds him up as an example of a
Yeah, he couldn't care less about what's happening on stage. He's just there to flaunt his social status. I hate that. What's the big deal with that factory he runs anyway? I asked around a bit and heard some pretty shocking stories. Sounds like he's just another greedy capitalist.
Oh, really?
Yep. The things people are saying are pretty damning. Low wages, insanely long working hours, equipment running around the clock. And as if that's not bad enough, Project Stuja has now been extended so many times, we're at the point where crystal rations for the common folk are barely enough to survive on. Yet he even— if the rumors are true, he's in serious violation of the law.
Interesting. So you've heard of—
What? So it's really true?
Who knows? I've only heard the same rumors you have. The Rooster's been coming down on us hard lately, demanding that we track and trace every single batch of Crystal. My coworkers in the Department of Energy have been tearing their hair out over it.
The Rooster? I didn't realize he cared that—
Yeah. Even though there are no restrictions on Crystal trading, the poor will wind up freezing to death if we let the rich buy as much as they want. That's clearly unfair. Looks like we'll need to arrange an investigation into the Iskra manufacturing plant to— I never knew you kept up with current affairs beyond the theater, Miss Vodyanitsa. Most Fae in your position have long been indifferent to the plight of humans.
Well, those of us who choose to live in human cities are naturally going to pay attention to any significant upheaval. Isn't the Rooster a Fae himself? I'm just surprised to learn that even someone with as much experience as him is getting so stressed out over Project Stuja. What is the end goal of this project anyway?
This is it. We're fine.
I'm sure Mitya can sense on some level that she's fishing for information. But since their conversation is so relaxed, he might just let—
It's stressing me out too. If I'd only made better progress with my research,
Oh, so your work is related to Project Stuja?
That's right. The Armory Palace needs a brand new energy source. Not the power of the Light Realm, and not elemental energy. Right now, the only thing that meets the requirements is the power contained within Stellar Linchpin. But harnessing that power is costly. Each step of the process requires enormous amounts of Kresnik crystal, from extraction to quantification to attempts at conversion. Progress has been painfully slow, and the team is getting burned out as time goes by. Sometimes, I see people staring into space as if—
Could it be that this new—
No, it doesn't affect us, because the energy is used for— Okay, I got it. Stop choking me. Sorry, I think we're all just exhausted. We've been working ourselves to the bone for so long with so little progress.
Seems like I owe you an apology. I shouldn't—
Don't worry about it. I count myself lucky, to be honest. I don't envy the people who work closely with the Tsaritsa herself. I'd much rather be in my current position. At least I don't have to—
So they're trying to develop a completely new kind of energy. Yeah, censored by a scarf. Who would have thought?
Oh, dear. It looks like my time is up. I'm afraid I have to leave. I'm so sorry. We ended up barely talking about the theater.
That's okay. It was a pleasure chatting with you, really.
Let's make up for it next time. Yeah, hopefully once the— We touched on some confidential issues today.
I'd be grateful if you could keep it between us.
That could have gone worse.
Nice job. Why was Mitya in such a hurry to...
Sorry, routine inspection. Okay, let's go.
So he wasn't rushing to get back to work. He must have calculated that Valeri would find him here in exactly 25 minutes. That's frighteningly accurate.
One of the main duties of the Special Assignments Battalion is to ensure that important figures stick to their schedules.
All right, time for us to get going too.
We'll settle our check too, then.
Oh, hello there. Mr. Mitya paid the check before leaving. He also asked me to pass on a message. He said it was an honor to share his tea break with Miss Vodyanitsa and her two friends.
Wait.
So he knew we were here all along? This raises a lot of questions. Did he deliberately mention that maybe his work isn't confidential after all? Maybe the key here is the purpose of this new energy. Vodyanitsa and Alosha have left. Time to head back and call it a day.
You're back! Here pretty early today. Paimon was just gonna mention that. After she woke up today, Paimon felt like her temperature was completely back. Still, there's some good news. It's like there's some kind of mysterious power effect. She only started feeling this way since we arrived in Snezhnaya.
That's right. The Armory Palace needs a brand new energy source.
Could that have something to do with it?
What is it? You're making that face again. You know. So, they're trying to develop a new energy source here? Well, Mitya denied that the energy they're researching has any side effect. And even so, those are completely different symptoms from Paimon's. It's pretty faint, so it's kind of hard to tell. But, if anything, it seems like it's coming... Sure, Paimon's with you there. But how, though? The robot only has a limited amount of intel. Oh, great point! They argue about Project Stuja every day. If we could sit in on one of their... Good idea! Oh yeah, while you were out, Paimon tried... Oh, this one seemed right up your alley. So, Paimon's...
Alosha replied. He says that we won't be able to speak at the Vetcha, but he can arrange for us to attend as visitors. Time to get ready. Then head to the Snezhna...
One, two...
Miss Vodyanitsa, prima donna of the Korolievsky troupe. What a surprise meeting you here. Will you be sitting in on a session of the
Sorry, I'm not taking interviews today. Oh good, you're here. The session's about to begin. Let's get inside.
Please wait, Miss Vodyanitsa. Could you introduce me to your new...
In summary, the energy management commitments made for the outgoing period have been delivered upon. Furthermore, both the production and consumption of Kresnik Crystal show clear signs of stabilizing. The relevant agencies have assessed the present circumstances and determined that the status quo can be sustained until the next period. It should also be noted that while the recent blizzards have led to a significant increase in people's energy expenses, this is strictly a short-term phenomenon. Her Majesty the Tsaritsa is giving her full attention to this matter. We should have every confidence. A financial report on disaster relief is also present in this report, courtesy of Pantalone.
They cover the same old ground every single time. The rooster never seems to mind, but there's a general lack of trust. People aren't seeing any tangible benefits that affect them directly. Of course,
Yeah, if it weren't for these hard copy documents, I could have at least made something up. Oh, don't mind me. I'm just out here trying to hit my interview quotas. Bring out the kvass. Ever read it? Best.
If I remember correctly, you guys don't even have a sales permit. You have to sell for.
Okay then. Best-selling street stall newspaper in town. Still counts.
Order! We will now open the floor to the representatives. If there are no further substantive issues to discuss, we will...
Snezhnaya has a long tradition of treating members of the Fatui armed forces and their dependents favorably. But recent surveys shows that Fatui families in remote areas have access to 15% less crystal than the average civilian family in Snezhnograd. It's been said many times before, but it bears repeating now. There needs to be a clear and consistent rationale.
Perhaps you wouldn't need to keep repeating yourself if you would hear me out for once. I say again, true consistency exists only in principle. You appear to treat resource allocation as a simple function of production and population. So what about when the equipment used in production breaks down? And do you even know how long it's been since Snezhnaya last conducted a census?
If I knew the answers to questions like that, I'm sure I'd be a very wealthy man. And I doubt I'd be going by child. I'd like to bring the focus back to the specific issue I raised. Or do you wish to deny that favorable treatment for Fatui dependents is our long-standing
It's easy to be a critic when there's no accountability. That seems to be a running theme in the anti-Project Stuja cohort. Defeat the ringleader and all other problems will magically resolve themselves. That's what they seemed. But in case you aren't aware, not one jot in my report would change whether Project Stuja continues or...
So you have no intention whatsoever of finding a solution to this problem?
On the contrary, I'm the only one here who ever brings solutions.
Child opened by speaking up for the armed forces. Regrator struck back with style and a war of words ensued. Our reporter was live on the scene to get the audience's reaction as it all unfolded. Who do you support? The people have spoken! Child...
Now you see why they don't have a sales permit.
However this reporter wants to spin things, I haven't forgotten that Tartaglia was representing the Northland Bank when we first met in Liyue. So surely, their relationship can't always have been this strained.
You two are getting off topic. Let's focus on what the data—
Mr. Pantalone, may I speak on your behalf?
Oh, please do. I'm more than happy to save my breath.
Crystal distribution policy undergoes modifications with each new period. The ultimate goal being to find the most reasonable method of allocation. But I fear many may have been misled on this topic by extremist activists. To clarify, Project Stuja is not the root cause of the problem. It is merely the most recent reports all point to Snezhnaya's resilience and adaptability during this period of fine-tuning, and give clear indications that a distribution framework is improving with each iteration. To make drastic adjustments without first considering the risks would likely do more harm than good. It would be a waste of the hard-won experience we've gained to date.
Renowned scholar of finance, Arapov spoke up to clarify the fiscal logic. With the notorious Lelex still active to this day, should the Rokot be held responsible? No, there is someone else to blame.
She's just rephrasing what Mr. Pantalone said. The Rokot are the critics he accuses of taking no responsibility for their actions. As for Lilac, you won't have heard of him yet. He's currently the most famous member of the Rokot. Well, more like infamous. Ending Project Stuja has become an obsession for him. Unlike the more decent ones among us, he believes that votes in the Vetcha are all that matter. So whether it's threats, coercion, or bribery, he'll use whatever means necessary to get people to change their vote.
And since we're already on the subject, what do you think of Lelec's methods? Are you for or against? Well, whatever the story is, his actions benefit us all. We stand with Lelec.
At least someone here wants to take this discussion seriously. I've been considering that issue myself. What you really need— I think it would be easiest to let the Fatui handle it, since they're already in charge of Crystal shipments anyway. We may as well get them to collect some data while they're at it. Whatever you need, you can ask the Fatui to look into it for you. In terms of supervision, I think the Druzhna would be a good fit. I had hoped to discuss this with Miss Vesna, but sadly, she's not present.
I will be happy to take a note of your suggestions and present them to Commander. The Commander has always taken a keen interest in Project Stuja. However, given the Druzhna's demanding workload, I'm afraid it may prove difficult for them to provide.
Let us refrain from jumping to conclusions until a concrete and actionable plan is in place.
My apologies, Lord Rooster.
There are numerous issues to address here, including manpower, time sensitivity. Nevertheless, I support drafting a proposal. Follow the usual procedure, and it can be raised as a new motion for all parties to evaluate at the appropriate time.
In that case, I'd like to share one thought before the proposal is drafted. The issue of time sensitivity was raised just now, which I presume relates to the official report. In fact, the Energy Commission already collects regular statistics on each urban center and its surrounding area.
That's a good idea. I read every issue of Sviet Dovka's report, and although my focus is mostly on the section about equipment operation—
Be that as it may, does no one see an issue with using local data to determine Crystal quotas?
Not if they are used purely for reference. So long as we have the report from the Northland Bank's headquarters to corroborate it, no one will—
Very well, then. It appears that this—
Yeah, sounds good to me.
The members reached a provisional consensus on the issue of improving treatment for Fatui soldiers. Today, the prima donna of the Korailievsky troupe attended a session of the Snezhnograd Vetcha in the company of a dashing young—
Write anything like that again, and I'm revoking your permission to interview the troupe. Got it?
Now then, if there are no further contributions from those
Hey, check it out! What made him vote against? Why now?
The votes have been tallied. Those in favor of continuing Project Stuja.
That was too close. The margin has shrunk yet again. Chuganov was a huge loss.
I'll bet Lelek is behind this. I wonder how Pulcinella will respond.
Chuganov. I see.
Yes. Go, Lelek. Once Project Stuja is defeated, our unwavering...
In accordance with the result of this vote, Project Stuja will remain in effect until the next Vecha period. Finally, may I remind us all, we debate only for the greater glory and solidarity of our nation. May the aurora shine ever on, and the tundra always stand firm. The session is concluded.
I have to say, I really wasn't expecting Chuganov to vote. Well, in principle, Snezhnaya's business and political elites ought to, as we heard, Project Stuja is basically just a resource distribution framework, but even if the policy got cancelled, the Tsaritsa's energy needs wouldn't suddenly go down. The extra demand from the public would have... I got a letter from Mr. Mitya just before today's session. He said he's confirmed that there are issues around overtime and excessive energy. In a situation like this, once the Rooster receives the report, he'll order the factory to halt production and submit, but that's a week-long process, and thus didn't make it onto the Vecha agenda this time. I don't think he suspects anything so far. Exactly. And as you know, he's a very... I was originally gonna try and flip him after he received notice of the official sanctions. My plan was to convince him that the whole... Rather than just sit back and take the hit while his factory stopped production, he'd be better off voting to end Project Stuja. At least that way, no one else would be able to make any money, but now, he's already voted against it. Which means, Someone must have used more forceful means to change his vote. Yeah. No one knows why Lilac is so obsessed with ending Project Stuja. But by the looks of it...
Lilac must have strong motivations, given how he'll stop at nothing to achieve his goal. Maybe he knows the full... Maybe my next step should be to focus on him.
Oh, right. What are your plans for the rest of the day? Shall we head out?
Hey, comrade. I noticed you were here during the debate.
I didn't take you for a political enthusiast.
Greetings, Harbingers! I just happened to have some free time today, and my new friend here thought it might be fun to check out the Vetcha.
Ah, Odette must have introduced you. Looks like you two are getting along pretty well.
I'll leave you to catch up. I should head back to the troop.
Sure. Break a leg. Thought it might be fun to check out the Vetcha, did you? Things are never that simple with you, Traveler. There's no way you're here for kick.
Oh, yeah. To some, he's a captivating enigma. To others, no one ever thought that some anonymous nobody from the Rokot could cause such a stir. Huh? You want to look into Lelik? Then I'm sure his days of anonymity are numbered.
Fine by me, I guess. If the Traveler actually... In return, it seems fair to let him in on what we've learned so far.
My thoughts exactly. Sharing is caring after all. Head back to Glupov and grab the files on Lelik. It's easier to just pull the records than go through the rigmarole of getting the Traveler a visitor's permit.
As you command, child.
In that case, since we're going to be waiting anyway, I'll have...
One common thread among the many incidents Lelik has been involved in is that the victims are all too scared to share any real information about him. Clearly, his modus operandi is to silently infiltrate the scene and leave a threatening letter behind. But neither the letters nor the crime, so all these files have to offer are short statements by the people affected. They don't give us a lot to go on.
If nothing else, it shows we're dealing with a trained professional who's...
Yes, and to that point, he often strikes in highly secure locations. The victims are high-ranking and Somehow, Lelik slips right into their rooms without making a sound. There's never any eyewitnesses. If he can get in and out undetected, it means he can strike without warning. Not that that's ever happened so far. But it's hard to believe that a human being could pull this off flawlessly every time. So they switched the focus of the investigation to Faye. Unfortunately, careful, don't underestimate me. Although truth be told, I'd probably find it hard not to blow my cover.
We haven't ruled out the possibility of Lelik being human. It's just, there can only be a handful of people in all of Tevat who'd fit the profile. Faye, on the other hand...
No, not as strong as me. You'll never find the culprit with criteria like that. Let's go with a little weaker than me. There's no denying that Master is strong, but
He's just trying to find a reference point. Stop getting fixated on who's stronger than who.
But that's the most important thing. In my opinion, anyway.
Odette? Yeah, that seems a...
Except she's Fatui, so the likelihood of her working against us is pretty low. But yeah.
No, wait a moment. Maybe we should...
What do you mean? Which assumption?
Her Fatui identity doesn't necessarily exonerate her. And when you think about it, the Rokot would be precisely what...
Plus, she wouldn't need to be such a pro at covering her tracks. She'd already know where the Fatui will be and when. So she could choose the perfect time to act. Oh, yikes. I was just thinking out loud. Why is this starting to sound like such a convincing theory? Still, what reason could Odette possibly have for trying to call—
Arlecchino would be the best person to ask. She knows Odette best. Unfortunately, she isn't back. Rosaline used to open up to her in private about her struggles with Odette. As I'm sure you can imagine, Arlecchino is quite a lot better. She gave her some tips on how to handle the situation, and Rosaline managed to reach a settlement with Odette before leaving. So beyond that, I don't know the details about that side of things. But I do know that the reason being, her father passed away during the early stage. That was back before it had been named Project Stuja, when things were still being worked out.
Huh. The more you know. Rosaline was always so self-centered. I never understood why she started paying so much attention to Odette. Is that such a surprise? If you cast your mind back, you may remember that Rosaline and I weren't exactly close.
Odette's past is no secret. Her father was a Fatus, and her mother was a very famous ballerina. On the surface, it looks like she followed right in her parents' footsteps. But the truth is, after her father passed away on a mission, her mother was overcome with grief. She broke her leg during a performance and couldn't... Odette was only interested in ballet at the time, but this tragedy left the family with both breadwinners gone. They could... Per Capitano's policy, family members of Fatui who died in the line of duty had to be appropriately accommodated, and so regardless of how Rosaline may have felt about it, it fell to her to resolve the issue of Odette's family's livelihood. In the end, the solution...
Right, because the alternative would have been a one-off compensation payment, I guess. In that sense, Still, she must have had mixed feelings about it, right? If she doesn't even like the Fatui...
It's just a theory. A possibility. But as a motive for that said, I have no idea where Odette's head is at right now. Or plenty of people were on bad terms with Rosaline. I have no intention of trying to figure it all out. Yes, but there's not much point in discussing that.
Yeah, back to Lelik. Since our investigations so far have turned up next to nothing, we've got nothing to lose by trying a new angle. Funnily enough, Tonya and I had actually made plans to go to the theater tomorrow to watch Odette's rehearsal. Unfortunately, thanks to this Lelik situation, I'll be stuck working overtime again. Which means you can go in my place. No point wasting the ticket. Plus, you'll get to meet Tonya.
Spirit Seeker. Quite the classic ballet. It was passed down through Odette's mother's family for generations, though it hasn't been performed in years. Spirit Seeker. But Odette's been practicing it diligently, and it's finally ready for a
Tonya's excited for it too. She's desperate to see it no matter what. Personally, it's not really my kind of thing, but since she's my little sister, I had to figure something out.
I've actually seen it several times before. The story's pretty straightforward. The lead character follows a trail of clues left behind by a spirit, gradually recovering her memories along the way. It's a tale of love and regret. So not exactly reinventing the wheel, at least by today's standards. But when that classic melody kicks in, and the lead character not an easy dance to do justice to, though. I know it's always been Odette's dream to perform this piece, but I'm not sure.
In that case, I think that even if she is Lelik, we should wait until her performance is over. I'll let you take it from here, comrade.
too. Wheel of life. Right here, right now. Emerge. Let's begin. Pirouette.
Surrender! Your penance is due!
Life goes on. Right here. Right now. Shadow me. Waltz of the snowflakes.
Nowhere to run! Guilty!
I do try to lighten the mood sometimes, but I'm not the best judge of other people's sense of humor. Good deeds and bad. In the end, all will be placed upon the scales.
Sounds like you made a ton of progress today. It's good that everything's going so smooth. Next step is to head back to the theater and get a clear answer from Odette. way. Paimon doesn't get the sense that she's a bad person. Sure, she might have done some pretty extreme things, but Paimon bet she has her reasons. this is going too far, but like, with everything she's managed to do so far, why leave a letter when she could, well, we know there are plenty of other ways to keep people in line, right? So, if it is her, she's got some, yeah. Well, all you can do is no change, really. But that thing Paimon told you about yesterday? Paimon feels like she can sense it more clearly now.
Yeah, I wish you could be there too.
Guess it's just one of those things.
If Odette is Lelik, she may well have inside information on Project Stuja. Her father was involved with the project's early implementation and tragically died in the process. Now, she's dedicated herself to bringing it to an end. It's hard to imagine she could have gotten this. When she spoke to us as a member of the Fatui, how much did she let on? And how much was she hiding? Only time will tell.
Hey look! It's snowing! Could be a tough day ahead!
Surrender! Your penance is due!
Ooh, it sure is cold today. I wonder how much heavier the snow's gonna get. Here to see Odette? I just need to see your... Perfect. Thank you. I'll hold on to your tickets. Come on in. It's freezing outside.
I think I'll leave the Lelic question until after the show's over. Child said he was originally going to come with Tonya. Is there anyone here who looks like a Tonya? Let's see. It's a small audience. Makes sense. Mr. Chuganov's back again by the looks of it. Oh, and is that Mitya? And that Oh no. It looks like the show's starting and I still haven't found Tonya. Never mind.
Members of the audience, I'm a staff. Today's performance was a very special one for us, as it marks the first attempt to commemorate this occasion. We would love to take a group photo of the cast, crew, and audience members present today. Could I?
All right, everyone, huddle in a little more. Now, look at the camera. 1, 2, 3.
Are you quite satisfied, Mr. Energy Scientist? I rather hope you don't have any other escape plans to add to my workload today.
What are you talking about, Sarge? This was simply my way of inviting you to watch Miss Odette's new show with me. And wasn't the performance spectacular? In the future, I heartily encourage you to take a leaf out of my...
It was indeed a fine performance, but I must correct you on one point.
Working hours and non-working hours are just a social construct. Human technology can never advance if we're too rigid in our thinking, Sarge.
May we leave now?
Already? I mean, I was kinda hoping to soak up the atmosphere for a little longer. Off we go then, Sarge. Back to the land of working hours. Lead the way.
That has to be her. She's the only person... Excuse me. Are you Tonya?
Huh?
Your brother's busy today, so I took his ticket. Don't worry about him, he's fine.
Oh, okay.
What's wrong? Are you sick?
No.
Maybe she caught a cold on the way here because of the weather.
I haven't seen snow like this in a long, long time. It's most...
I know. It's completely white out there. You can barely see a thing. I've never...
Let's wait it out for now. You'd be lucky not to freeze to death in this weather, let alone find your way.
Well, look at that. Maybe we should...
Let's wait and see.
Why do you need to take it so seriously? Fate...
Come to think of it, there's a small inn not far from here that always keeps plenty... I know the route well. Shall I head over and borrow a few blankets? That way, anyone in a hurry can wrap up warm for...
Sir, there's really no need to go to all...
Hey, it's no trouble at all. Wait here, I'll be right back.
What a kind gentleman. Very good. My wife and daughter are waiting for me at home, so I shall be heading back as soon as I get my blanket.
So... Are you expecting us to go back to the Armory Palace?
Don't worry about that. I made arrangements in advance. Should I not return to the Armory Palace within 3.5 hours after Operation Showtime begins, they will escort us back. You are one of our key military personnel, so any weather-related risks must be...
Operation Showtime? So, wait. Every single time you drag me back to work when I sneak out, it's a whole official operation? I gotta say, you've really turned this into quite a moral dilemma.
It's snowing pretty hard out there. I think you should...
Sure. My brother...
Time to get to work. I should head backstage and find Odette. I need to look her in the eye and ask her about Lelic.
Excuse me, are you looking for someone? Ah, a fan, I'm guessing? Today is just a dress rehearsal. Sorry, but that area is currently off limits.
Bad timing, I guess. Well...
What happened to the gentleman who went to fetch the blankets? How has he still not returned?
I was thinking the same thing.
Whatever the reason for his delay, I must say I hate nothing more than people who make empty promises and... well, I have to treat my employee...
You seem anxious, Mr. Valeri.
It's been nearly 4 hours since I left the armory. They know how much I despise tardiness and disrupted plans. There's simply no reason that they shouldn't have shown...
Surely a snowstorm like this one counts as...
Few things in this world can stop the Snezhnayan army, Mr. Mitya. And a snowstorm...
Why don't you go out and take a look? They might be right outside, waiting for your orders before...
An absurd hypothesis. I have no intention of leaving your side for even a moment until I've...
This doesn't look like an ordinary snowstorm. That guy who left earlier. It looked like he just vanished into thin air. Either that...
A man-eating snowstorm? Come on. Night hasn't even fallen yet.
Traveler, didn't know you were coming today. How come you didn't say anything? Oh, right. I assumed you were looking for me in Vodenitsa. Whoa, that's quite a snowstorm out there. I've been working backstage this whole time, so I did...
Is weather like this rare, even...
Yeah, snow like this. I'm sure I've seen it out in the wild before, but never in the city. Actually, I take that back. I don't think I've seen snow this bad even in the wild. This is...
If even Alosha thinks snow like this isn't normal, could it...
We can't stay cooped up here forever. Someone needs to go out and take a look. No need. I have plenty of experience with snowstorms. Besides, I work here while you're... Everyone by the door. Careful not to let the snow soak into your shoes. In a snowstorm, you gotta look after your...
Heading out, my man? Be careful.
Thanks for the advice. I am planning to be careful. I just wanted to...
He's back! He's back! How was it?
Did you see any soldiers patrolling the area?
Something about this storm isn't right. There's no one out there. I didn't see a single soul. And something in the air. This isn't your average snowstorm. I suspect it might be related to recent events in our nation.
Are you serious? So all of us are trapped here now?
You want to go outside and see? I, for one.
This just turned from a minor delay into...
We can only hope that our friend who went to fetch the blankets just ditched us and went home.
Is it really that bad? But my daughter, I won't be able to read her.
Huh? What are you all still doing here? Whoa! It's snow. So now we're stuck here? Oh, this is terrible. On the bright side, the theater's always well stocked with supplies. If the snow still doesn't let up as we get into... At least, I assume that...
Fine by me.
This seems like a sensible backup plan.
What are you staring outside and praying for, my man? You anxious to get home too?
Oh, your majesty the Tsaritsa, I beg you. This is a golden opportunity to spend the night under the same roof as the two top stars.
I think I've changed my mind.
Sir, if you so much as look at us funny, you'll be seeing stars in a...
It's getting colder. We need to keep the indoor temperature up. Close the door and lock it tight.
And then there's the aristocrats. Easiest of all to deal with. You don't need to use any force whatsoever. All you have to do is show them the rope you plan to tie them up with. Do you know why?
I don't. Do tell.
Because nothing horrifies them more than the thought of a cheap, coarse rope leaving creases on their precious...
Unexpected, but funny nonetheless. Tell me another one.
Well, look at that. I got myself a new listener. Hey there. Let me introduce myself. The name's Shram, and I'm a mercenary.
And I am Chuganov, an entrepreneur.
Are you really that famous, Mr. Chuganov? How come I've never heard your name before?
Excuse me? Is that a joke?
Oh, I'll have to ask my rope later. He's probably tied up more entrepreneurs.
I don't think it's ever been this lively backstage before. I didn't know you— Hey, have you seen Chuganov? I heard he was coming today. Have you—
I'm with you. This could be just the—
Yeah, I gotta figure out a way to coax some more intel out of him. I want to know why he suddenly changed his stance up—
For the Rokad, or just out of personal interest?
Shh! There are other people—
I have to say...
I couldn't... Do you think we were coming on to...
What about you? What did you think of today's performance? Really? That means it wasn't captivating enough to draw you in. I'll make sure to save a ticket for you when the show's performance ready.
This doesn't seem like the time or place to bring up the subject of Lelik. I need a chance to speak with her in private.
So unfair. Talk about double standard.
And now it looks like I've been spotted. You know Mitya too?
No, I don't. I just have a feeling that...
This is highly irregular. A delay of over an hour during an operation like this theoretically warrants a Harbinger-level response. I wonder what the issue is. The storm, or something else.
Sarge, the day you learn to let go and just enjoy moments like this is the day you'll finally understand the meaning of life. Why, hello, sir. I believe you were the one sitting at a nearby table back at Podvorye Restaurant? Any friend of the theater's star performers is a friend of mine. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Mitya, from the Energy Commission.
Greetings. Major Valeri, head of... I am here to ensure Mr. Mitya's personal safety. Please let me know if I can be...
Mr. Traveler, I cannot help but notice that Miss Odette is stealing glances at me. Any idea what that... I've racked my brains, but I can't think of anything I might have done to offend her.
So, Mr. Mitya, is your work related?
Yes, that's right. The higher-ups in the Fatui transferred me from the Energy Commission to the Armory Palace because they wanted me... Really? I can't even talk about that? Pretty sure it counts as part of my private life. All right, I won't say anything.
How are you feeling?
I'm fine.
Child must take...
You know, stuck in a strange place thanks to... Exactly. It's like... I'm fine.
Look after yourself. Otherwise...
My husband...
That's the price of hello.
How's it looking, Alosha?
No change from this afternoon. Heavy snow with no sign of slowing down.
May I have your attention, please? The storm is... We at the theater owe everyone here a duty of care. In a few short moments, we'll give you a tour of the theater's various quarters. You can choose to sleep in the VIP room, the office, or...
I'll pass on sleeping on the stage. What if the snow is stopped by tomorrow morning? The early birds in the audience might think we're part of some experiment.
A drama about sleeping? That could be fun. Maybe we could come up with a...
Not bad. Clear selling point, at least.
Anyone who doesn't wish to sleep...
I guess I'll call it a night. Though I feel like I won't sleep very well without Paimon here. I'm sure she'll be worried that I haven't made it back yet. But as long... I wonder if she's feeling any better yet. At least she hasn't been getting any worse.
Ah, finally. Welcome back to the world of the living, lazy bones. I was about to wake you. The black mist is almost on us. Still waking up, huh? You know, the black mist. It's... Come on, let's keep heading up. Onwards and upwards is the only way to survive. Don't listen to a word.
Here we go again. The endless march.
What's going on? That black mist down there is creeping me out. And it's rising.
The Black Mist cultists believe that being swallowed by the Black Mist leads to everlasting peace. But if you ask me, they're just lying to themselves. We're the only heretics left. The only ones who refuse to give in. We have to keep going.
But how do you actually know that they're wrong?
Dangerous question there, Torgov. The moment your faith wavers, you start a chain reaction that ends in the collapse of your will. Put the question out of your mind. Stay strong and believe that the Black Mist means certain death.
Okay, but it's not my mind that's the problem. My body's about to give up on me. It's already starting to falter.
I can't do this anymore. I've had enough of being
All this will pass eventually, I promise. Keep fighting. It will...
You accuse the Black Mist cultists of being liars. But you're lying too.
The cult of the Black Mist has poisoned your mind, Sobolova. Are you thinking of giving up as well?
I am. I think I'll take my chances with the Black.
As much as I detest the Black Mist.
Then I bid you both farewell. Let me put my personal opinions aside for a moment and say, fate always appears so impossibly complicated. But at moments like this, its raw simplicity is laid bare. Their fate was sealed from the instant they entertained doubt. From then on, the outcome was both inevitable and irreversible. Let's go. Torgov and Sobolova are gone. I never thought the day would come when even they would be swallowed by the Black Mist. It's just you and me now. Yes, it looks like it's satisfied. For now. This happens from time to time. But it won't be long before the Black Mist starts chasing— Well, we should make the most of the precious moments of rest that those two bought for us. Huh? Are you really that sleepy, Traveler?
Somebody, come quick!
What is it, Chuganov? What's wrong?
Is it morning already? Sounds like it's coming from next door.
Don't look, Miss Tonya. Okay.
What happened to them?
These two people have passed away. And the strange thing is that somehow, have I seen this moment before? Or did I have some kind—
Let me take a look. No vital signs in either of them. The cause of death, however, remains unclear. No wounds on the bodies. No signs of a struggle.
But just last night, they were chatting and joking.
Could they have had pre-existing medical conditions? Even then,
It's hard to believe that they died of natural causes. Nor does this appear— Who was the first to discover the bodies?
It was me. But these deaths have nothing to do with me, officer. Then I noticed that the door to this room was open, and it looked like there was a man and woman inside.
I can corroborate this. I was doing my morning exercises near the stage. When I saw Mr. Chuk, I can also confirm that I didn't see a single person approach that room before him.
The snowstorm was raging all night, and it's still going now. There's no way someone could have come in from outside.
You mean an intruder? No, not possible. I slept by the door last night as a precaution. There's no way I wouldn't have noticed if—
Everyone, split into pairs and search the theater for anyone in hiding, or any signs of suspicious activity.
Nothing on your end either?
Backstage is clear. No signs of—
We checked the basement. Also—
Are we certain that
No, there's nothing like that. I also checked the windows.
It sounds like we can safely rule out the intruder theory. If anyone came in during the night in this weather, there'd be—
This can only mean one thing. It's like one of those murder mysteries you see in—
We can't quite jump to that conclusion.
Could he be right? It's hard to imagine something like that said in a theater during a snowstorm. A murder takes place—
Looking at who the killer targeted, and the clean entry and exit, it all adds up. I know it.
What have you figured out?
Both victims were wealthy, well-known local merchants. And the door was deliberately left open so I would discover the bodies and witness the crime scene. Such ruthless methods. This was your doing, wasn't it, Lelik?
Lelik?
You mean Lelik is among us? And he's the killer?
Lelik. I know this code name. Member of the Rokot, anti-Project Stuja. Always walk me through your reasoning, Mr. Chuganov.
What now, huh? What now, Lelik? What more do you want from me? I already voted against. You snuck into my house the other day while I was asleep. Left a threatening letter. And I did all that you asked. But Project Stuja cannot be so easily shaken. Not...
So, he really was threatened by Lelik.
And now you're resorting to murder to threaten me. Isn't that right? I knew it. The Rokot despises the rich. The lives... Show yourself! Which one of you is Lelik, Tell me! I'll do whatever you want! Just stop!
Was this really Lelik's doing? Would Odette really do something? If Odette really is Lelik, this seems out of character. But then again, I'm probably the only one here with a compelling theory about Lelik's true identity. What should I do?
I don't think it's likely that Lelik, at least from the stories I've heard, he's never killed anyone before. And his name has never come up in connection with any. Besides, even if Lelik did want to threaten you, why resort to such an extreme and roundabout method?
Vodyanitsa doesn't know that Lelik might be Odette. But her assessment...
Miss Vodyanitsa, why do you suddenly...
Defense? Oh, no, it's just... I'm worried that we're jumping to conclusions here, so I wanted to share my point of view.
Well, if you think I'm so wrong, what's your theory then,
What? The case is still evolving, Mr. Chuganov. Please do not prevent others from expressing their opinions so...
Even so, there's no denying that the recent threat received by Mr. Chuganov may well be an important clue.
So there's still a good chance that Lelik is right here among us. I can't do this anymore. I don't care if it's still snowing outside. I have to get out of here.
Whoa, take a beat. We all know it's far too dangerous out there. And whoever this Lelik is, they're surely not going to murder anyone in broad daylight.
As much as I regret having to say this, I'd like everyone to cooperate. Because as things stand, unless anyone has further information to share, let's adjourn for now.
You're right, that was my bad. It was a knee-jerk reaction. I didn't think it through. Luckily, no one...
Since Vodyanitsa and I were on the same page earlier, I think...
Whoa. Are you serious? I don't know if this counts as gossip. Odette? Really? Odette? Oh god, how dumb...
Actually, it's exactly what...
And now that you mention it, the more what are we up to now? Odette's identities. She's my coworker, specifically a ballerina, and also a Fatous, a member of the Rokot. Now, Lelik. It must be so exhausting. I guess since I don't understand.
Probably best if you...
Well, since you waited until... Yeah. We need to confront her.
Do you think she'd really...
I don't know. We'll have to see how it goes. For now, we'll work on... Now's our chance. Hey, Odette!
What is it, you guys?
Shh! Keep your voice down. So, you're Lelik, aren't you? Alright, fine. You don't have to say anything or explain yourself. None of us believes you kill innocent people. Whoever murdered those two... The Traveler was the first to figure out your identity, but he kept quiet during... Still, it's clear where the group consensus is heading. Everyone believes Lelik is the culprit. If your identity is exposed, we're your colleagues, and we know what kind of person you are. So, can you clue us in? Tell us everything.
All right. Yes, I'm Lelik. And no, I'm not the murderer. And thanks, but I don't need you to cover for me. Actually, I'm planning to reveal my identity.
Huh? You're gonna reveal that you're Lelik?
That's right. I'll admit I was surprised at first when Chuganov guessed that I was here. It was just a lucky guess, but after taking some time to assess the situation and confirm where everyone stands, I don't believe I have any—
Are you sure you— Mr. Valeri! What?! So...
I don't know what game you're playing.
It's just one identity. So what if it's exposed? I can disappear and adopt it. I made my peace with this when I chose to become Lel. But more importantly, I promise I am not the murderer. So, if anyone still insists that I did this, otherwise, I suggest that you bite your tongue. Because if you really believe I killed 2 people without making a sound or leaving a trace, pointing fingers at me would surely only make you—
Is this really the truth?
That's confidence.
A real no-nonsense attitude. I can see why Marionette said that she's on track to inherit the title of the Fair Lady.
Are you seriously buying this? Hey, officer!
I do have one question, Miss Odette. What?
If I didn't say anything, everyone would be focusing all their efforts on finding Lelek, and that is exactly what the real culprit wants. I don't want to be the scapegoat who lets the murderer get away with this crime.
Despite all the accusations, she made the smart choice. A remarkable display of rational thinking under pressure. Clearly,
She thought so far ahead. Ugh, why do I always feel like I'm one step behind?
You've convinced me. Dealing with the murder case remains the top priority right now. Nevertheless, the group still considers you the prime suspect.
I understand. You're welcome to keep an eye on—
Mr. Chuganov?
For my wife and daughter's sake, I'll let you off the hook for now.
Good work, Lelek Guard Team. And Lelek, too. Here, have some—
Turns out Valeri knew about my exploits. So now I've been—
Shouldn't you be facing my way if you're guarding me? At the moment, it looks more like you're my bodyguards.
If the true culprit is indeed still at large, as you have claimed—
Don't worry, Tonya. Well, once the snow stops, the officials will stop. Really, Miss Vodoyanitsa? That's— Aw, you're so— All right, let's swear to it. I promise to give you the pass, and you—
Promise.
Don't indulge her, Tonya. You don't have—
You really do get carried away sometimes.
Hey! Mind your own business!
Don't be nervous, Miss Water Imp. Everyone's here.
Excuse me?
No.
Oh. Wait, but how— Okay, plenty of people know that I'm a—
primary mode of expression. I've not come across that
Well, it's just— We water imps tend to communicate our emotions to each other by singing. Rather, the emotions we convey through song take precedence over our facial expressions. So—
I'm impressed, Shram. I didn't take you for a man of—
It's not about being cultured or not. The thing is— And yet, you're—
It's really not the big deal you're making it out to be. I think I just have a knack for it. Plus, I have a— very close— Anyway, we spent so much time together that before I knew it, I noticed I could understand—
Oh, I guess that makes sense. Still, the fact that you have a water imp friend is—
Hey, what are you implying? You're not secretly insulting the audience.
Heavens! Why would I do a thing like that?
It's getting late. We should discuss our sleeping arrangements for tonight. To guard against the—
I suggest that we don't sleep in separate quarters tonight. It will be—
As long as someone keeps an eye on Lelek. I'm quite...
Are you saying that you wish to bet your life on Miss Odette being the killer?
No.
Then I propose the following arrangement for...
An excellent idea. This allows... I expect that plan took you quite some time.
Actually, our field combat... That being said, in fact, Lelix...
I care less about... I'm calling dibs on being...
It's almost time. We should wake Odette. How are you faring? Oh, not going to argue with that.
It's finally time for Odette and I to share the night watch. I came here to get information from her in the first place. Maybe...
How long are you gonna keep staring at me? Couldn't sleep. Plus, there's something I had a hunch that you wanted a conversation. I just had a simple question for you. Rosaline, in her final moments, did she have any last words or anything? I see. No. She was utterly ruthless in pursuing her goals. And yet, even though I never approved of her methods, and she was an abrasive person, the fact remains that I am indebted to her. Oh, she told you. I guess that makes sense. I think she and Rosaline were on pretty good terms. Yes. Rosaline wasn't the kind to gossip about this sort of thing. When I was a child, I had to join the Fatui for the sake of my mother. It was extremely grueling, and it didn't exactly come naturally to me. I was a newcomer who'd managed to make a good first impression on a harbinger. Every day was a struggle against the cold, pain, and after enduring all that, I've become almost immune to the sensation of... Surely, any child who had to experience that would grow to hate her lot. So, I put an equal amount of effort into my ballet. It was my way of telling her, the Fatui's demands and your expectations of me are not what I wish for. One day, I will. I think she probably blamed my poor performance and training on my passion for ballet. One time, when I was secretly practicing a dance at night, she suddenly showed up. I told her, "You don't deserve to watch the dance I learned from my mother." She looked stunned. I guess she was surprised that I lashed out first, but strangely enough, on that occasion, she wasn't. After that, she never interfered with my dancing or asked me how it was going. She never came to watch me dance again either. She was. But even now, whenever I take out this core Ignis, I can't help but think of that night. Of the look on her face. Sort of. Although gift might be too kind a term. This is her flame sealed within ice. A symbol of her favor, yes, but also her way of keeping an... She knew the location of every piece of core Ignis. If any recipient started acting suspiciously, she'd be on to them. And so, when news of Rosaline's death reached Snezhnaya, many people immediately crushed their core Ignis, but I kept mine. With my sensitivity, I still wonder, did she really come to stop me that night? I wasn't sure. I guess she didn't leave anything behind. Not that I expected her to. It's fine. It's just a bit of a shame that we couldn't settle our differences. She did. Are you sure she was talking about this event? No, she didn't. I didn't even find out that she'd gone. Wait. In that case... Okay.
There's something I'm trying to figure out. I'm beginning to suspect that Paimon's mystery illness... Paimon's very important to me. So I have to get to the...
The ultimate goal of this energy experiment is to create a weapon for the final battle. The weapon's construction was completed in Nodcry. Now, all that remains is to arm it with a sufficiently powerful energy. Yes, the weapon's development and all the related experiments are overseen by Lord Piero, the Jester. And the lab is located. I'm not sure why this experiment would be making Paimon feel unwell, though. The best way, once we get out of here, I'll help you apply for an entry permit. And I'm hardly the organization's proudest member, as you know. You answered my question about Rose.
What's... You two seem to be hitting it off.
I thought you were sleeping.
Of course I was. In the military, one learns to fall asleep quickly. Even in the most inhospitable...
Even if he was awake, he can't have overheard us.
Well, thank you both for keeping watch. Traveler.
Sure. This is our second night here. But at least I hope she's been sleeping well. Why do I feel like I'm being watched? Seriously? Is this... Never mind.
Hey, what are you spacing out for? Are you reaching your limit?
How long have we been walking for? Do you...
Time's lost all meaning. Ever since...
A star key? Or key star? Anyway, the person who named it was swallowed by the black
Whatever it's called. Ever since we noticed it. But it seems like no matter how...
Well, we've come this...
Monsters! Watch out!
Not again! I've lost count of how many times we run into them. Be careful.
Hey, tough guy.
Yeah. 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 Ha. Yeah. 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 Cryostorm! Yeah. 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 What?
Run faster.
Here they come again! Get ready!
You wanna fight? Let's go.
Yeah. What?
Having second thought?
Yeah. Yeah. Encase. Yeah. Yeah. What? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Monsters ahead of us? The black mist behind us? It feels like there's no escape.
Yeah. 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 Fighting frost. Yeah. Yeah.
No. I'm fine.
I get you. In fact...
Yeah. The hope otherwise, why would it always be out of reach?
We know you mean well, but you're only...
Thank you, friend. You're going to continue, aren't you? I admire that. I've given up, but...
It's not an illusion. We really are getting closer to the star.
Congratulations. You're the first person to make it here. I'm the star's envoy. The black mist has stopped rising. Its hunger is satisfied for now, having devoured your two companions. This is a good opportunity. I'll let you get some rest before we continue. Hmm? What do you mean, leave? The star represents the starting point. Congratulations on reaching the starting point. Once you are ready, we will head out and walk upwards. Huh? What's wrong?
Rampana! Rampana!
Is that...
Coolish! Wake up! Please wake up!
The situation is identical to that.
At least there are some elements that we can rule out this time. They slept on the stage with everyone else. So I suppose the
Rampana.
Weren't some of us keeping watch last night? 3 of us, in fact. How could you not notice something?
I'm as confused as you are. Certainly nothing unusual happened on my watch.
Likewise, and from what I've observed so far, both Miss Odette and the Traveler can be trusted.
To be honest, I didn't get a wink of sleep last night. I couldn't help but think I was the target. So I heard the Traveler and Lelek chatting, but otherwise I don't recall hearing any commotion
Me too. I didn't want to wake everyone up, so I was concentrating hard, trying not...
Then, what could possibly be causing this? I worked closely with Rampana and Coolish for so long. I never imagined that one day they'd... And on this stage of all places...
4 victims in just 2 days. I need to get to the bottom of this as soon as possible. And above all...
Still snowing?
Yes, I just checked.
So we only have ourselves to rely on.
If you ask me, this killer can clearly strike whenever they please. The Night Watch... Lelek must be an expert in poisoning. Clearly.
Here we go again.
Listen, I was already thinking she's been playing us for...
That's a hideous thought. One that only a hideous...
How dare you!
That's enough! Yesterday, you named Lelek as a suspect because the victim... But today's victims were just ordinary people. Not to mention that they were colleagues of Odette and mine. What?
Who knows? Maybe you don't know... I implore you all to ask yourself. Lelek is well known to be a ruthless operator, and now she has revealed her identity.
Everything you've said so far is still just conjecture, which doesn't constitute a
How can you defend her, officer? All so you can get... Don't you...
Sir, but... You were the one who told us not to stop other people from... 4 people have already died. Only yesterday I was chatting with Mr. Coolish. Turning against one another is the
Little girl.
Even if Mr. Chuganov is a puffed-up, pig-headed wimp, he's still one of the victims here.
I had no intention of resorting to violence. In any case, I believe Mr. Chuganov has calmed down a little now.
I don't think there's any need for that. What is there to discuss?
Did you have an idea, Mitya? You're the brainiac here, right?
I've been mulling something over. All the leads we have so far concern things from outside the theater. Miss Odette's alter ego, the threats Mr. But then there's the 2 double murder crime scenes themselves, which have given us absolutely nothing to go on whatsoever. That's high.
So what are you suggesting?
I think this could be a supernatural event. It isn't characteristic of human-on-human homicide at all.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but aren't you supposed to be a scientist?
I got into scientific research because of my insatiable curiosity. But if the present...
Now that you mention it, I remember when I first came to the theater. Haunted?
Yeah, I think I heard the same thing.
Well, this has taken an unexpected turn. A haunted theater? If Pipe...
Why don't we take this opportunity to look for clues again with a more open mind?
Very well. Whether it's criminals or ghosts we're looking for, the same rules apply.
Valeri, come take a look at this.
Some sort of notebook.
It's the on-duty logbook for the theater. Kulish was the main person to... He mostly used it to record any unusual incidents during a show, audience numbers, exit times, and so on. Yes, he'd always have this logbook with him when he checked.
This should confirm a lot of key details about the recent show.
Yes. The number of people. I've checked, and apparently, we have an extra person.
Are we certain that logbook is accurate? Could someone have sneaked in without...
Unlikely. Kulish took his duties very seriously. Not to mention that this was a dress rehearsal, meaning smaller audience numbers and tighter ticket...
We no longer have our tickets with us, do we? They got collected on entry.
Unfortunately not. The theater recycles tickets. Once people are in the door, they don't tend to leave until the show ends, so we collect the tickets at the point of entry. Still, I'm inclined to believe that this discrepancy...
Did an extra person just materialize out of thin air?
Tonya, did you find anything?
Not yet. Still looking. So...
This looks like... somebody's...
Well, it doesn't look... Alright.
This has to be Vodianitsa's writing.
Maybe it's a little rude for us to peek at this. I feel like it's so... Because her water imp parents belong to the aristocracy, who were driven out of Snezhnaya by the Tsaritsa long ago. And now they live somewhere new, where the post... It's fine. Alright, give me my notebook back. I'll take over the investigation in this room.
Traveler.
Alosha found it. We're both curious to hear your perspective. It appears to be
an investigation report, huh? Looks quite old.
The theater manager must have hired an investigator once specifically to look into this issue.
Presumably, the manager wanted to know if the supposed haunting was dangerous, while also... Anyway, the bottom line is, the haunting is actually real after all. It's caused by an obstruction in the ley line.
Ley line problems are pretty unexceptional to me by this point. It's hard to imagine what connection it could have to the...
Some of the language that appears at the very end of the... My area of research doesn't touch on any of that, so it's completely outside of my wheel... Huh? A piece of paper just fell out from the report. It landed right by your feet. How unnerving. It was tucked inside the report, so it must be a note left by the author. Death is near. Is that supposed to be what's going on here? But if so, how did the author foresee it? Could he predict the future somehow?
Maybe things are more complicated than we thought.
No, wait a second. If we take the report and the note at face value, the report definitively concludes that the hauntings in the theater are harmless and cannot affect the real world. The question is, what exactly does the note mean by death? The various ways we could interpret this keyword leading completely... If we take all this together, it's not impossible.
Oh, I beg to differ. This sounds to me like a product...
Does it really sound that far-fetched? Alright, well, let's treat that...
Good. Okay, now that we finally have some meaningful leads, So, that's about... I'll share my theory first. Based on what we've learned from the logbook, I believe if the killer had simply bought a ticket, it would have greatly increased the risk. I expect he or she either hid in the theater ahead of time, or found a way to slip past the ticket inspection. They then blended in with the group.
What about the note found in the investigation report?
The killer may have simply planted it there as some sort of sick joke. I've seen my fair share of psychopaths.
So, it has nothing to do with the haunting of the theater?
This theory makes sense to me. If we have an audience member unaccounted for, chances are they didn't come here to watch the show.
Could it really be that simple?
So, in other words, all we have to do is find out who... Then let me make one thing clear. All the theater staff should be well aware that I came here for the rehearsal.
It's true. I hear you used every trick in the book to get a hold of that ticket, too.
I most certain...
Probably a stupid question, but I might as well ask. Did anyone hear... Guess it was naive of me to expect them...
Especially after the unprompted Lelic reveal. Once was already a miracle.
Tonya received her ticket the same way I did. I assume Child got both of them together. I don't believe any of us here knew Shram before all this. If no one can verify... Mr. Shram, did you really go through the ticket inspection to get in here?
Huh? Me? Why am I being singled out? It's not that you stand out as suspicious. More that everyone else has been ruled. Okay. Well, we spent the best part of 2 days together now. So I'm sure you can all tell...
Yeah, I have no doubt that you're a good person. But the problem is... Although, actually, what was it you said last night? Yeah, You're friends with that water. Last time I checked, there were barely any of us remaining in Snezhnaya, since most of the water imps left. And I suppose it's also kind of a way for everyone else to get to know—
Good grief. Are you blushing? Pull yourself together, man. Stop giggling like a teenage boy.
Hey, revolting is a little strong. All right, that was just the bodyguard hired by our family. But the stars must have aligned, because sparks began to fly between me and their daughter.
We don't need details. Just get—
Okay. I'm just a little hesitant to reveal her name, that's all. Even with me to protect her. If word gets out that she's dating a human, both the Fae and human factions will give her a hard time.
Really? Wait, no. That can't be.
Huh? Shram.
Hmm? Why is everyone looking at me like that?
Delicate times. Factions?
Yes? You know, the Civil War. Last time I checked, the Fae and the humans were—
If I'm not mistaken, the last significant civil war in Snezhnayan history was over 400 years ago, when Her Majesty the Tsaritsa had just taken the throne.
What do you mean, 400 years ago?
What's going on here? Is Shram from—
All right, Mr. Mitya, you win this round. As far-fetched as it is, it appears—
I'm just as amazed as you are. I didn't even—
Is someone going to explain what's going on here?
From the look on your face, you figured it out too, haven't you, Traveler?
The theater's ley lines have been modified to block souls within its grounds from returning to them. Mr. Shram's statement proves he is from Hunt, and according to the investigation report on the theater hauntings, Mr. Shram is For some unknown reason, the soul that has been wandering the theater due to the ley line— yeah, that must be the immediate reason why the ticket count doesn't— The contents of the investigation report have been verified. There are indeed ley line issues, and want death is near. That must mean that there's a dead person in—
Yeah, the logic is clear now. The investigation report said that there would be souls stuck wandering around the theater. Mr. Shram must be one such soul who died in the theater a long time ago. In which case, that also makes him our extra person. So when the note said death is near, it must have been referring to death as in the deceased. People who died a long time ago.
Someone who died a long time ago.
In short, there's a dead person among us. The extra person we've been—
You mean I'm a ghost? No. Don't make jokes like that, my man. But even if I was dead, I know for a fact I didn't kill anyone these past 2 nights.
Yeah. Even if all that's true, the report also said the souls inside the theater can't affect reality, right?
Then what if the problem isn't the soul? The ley lines have a powerful ability to attract and devour souls. Let's say that the ley lines are like a black hole, constantly seeking to engulf soul.
Why does this analogy sound so familiar?
What happens when the black hole can't achieve its goal? I'm only speculating here, but what if it ended up swallowing innocent souls by mistake?
That could explain why we weren't able to determine a cause of death. If you're right, and their souls were devoured by the ley—
It does seem to explain a lot of the things we couldn't make sense of.
Except there's no concrete evidence. Mitya is relying on a lot of logical leaps. Still, it seems like the best explanation we have under the circumstances.
All right, so how could Shram not know that he's dead? Seems a little unlikely that he hasn't noticed.
On the contrary, it's perfectly normal for a soul to wander the theater for centuries without questioning their existence or reason for being there. It's simply...
You know what, Mr. Brainiac? I think you might actually be right after all. I'm trying to remember and... Even though my head feels like it's going to explode, I was the one who didn't want to remember my own death. So I forced...
Well, I'm sure those are... My lady and I snuck out to go on a date one day. We bought tickets for the theater. It wasn't really my thing, but I was just happy to be together. All of a sudden, a group of people burst into the theater, shouting for all the water imps to get out. Performers and audience members included. It was clear the conflict between humans and Fae had reached a boiling point. This time, the extremists were even coming after the water imps who had not... I thought I could pull one over on them. So I took off my jacket, draped it over my lady, and tried to sneak out amid the chaos. But I got caught. They started shouting, calling me a... But I was going to do whatever it took to buy our chance to escape. No matter how many people stood in my way. I had to. Both as their bodyguard. And out of love.
It's all right, friend. You can stop there if you want.
It's just... Even now, I'm still struggling to accept the truth. If I'd known I was a dead man walking, I wouldn't have dragged you down with me. If I'm the cause of all this death...
But...
No. I refuse to be a burden. I know what I have to do. I guess it's high time I got a breath of fresh air.
Mr. Schramm, I'm sure we can figure out a different course of...
My good sir. We both know I'm not supposed to be here. I should have accepted my death long ago.
No. I'm speaking on a personal level this...
Let it go, man. Oh. Wait. One last thing. Miss Waterimp. My lover. Her name was Litia. Litia Ozarova. Do you...
Ozarova. Oh! Auntie Ozarova! That's what we all called her. I remember her as a very kind elder. She had...
I'm so glad she survived. As long as she went on to be happy. That's all that matters. Besides, I'm dead. My soul's been wandering around here for so... There's no need to see me off, my friends. I've enjoyed our time together.
Take care.
I knew Mr. Schramm was already dead, but...
Death is cruel, no matter how we might try to make sense of it.
So, was the conflict between Fae and humans really that bad back then? I was only little. Even the historical records about that time period don't say much about it. All people know is that the Tsaritsa founded the Fatui, drove out most of the Fae aristocracy.
It seems to me like the Tsaritsa chose to make herself the enemy. She downplayed the conflict, directing whatever... That's also why, despite how brutal the conflict was at the time, there hasn't been much lingering tension between humans and Fae since...
So, the Tsaritsa banished the Fae to protect the Fae living in the city?
Maybe it's not quite as bad as it sounds. I don't think Her Majesty is too concerned if mortals hate her or not.
All this time?
All right. If Mitia's theory is correct, then I think we can consider this matter settled.
Ugh, if only this blasted...
Looks like now we can just rest until the snowstorm stops. I still can't believe Schramm turned out to be a ghost who'd been in the theater for hundreds of years. To think he was dead this whole time.
Knock knock.
Huh?
Knock, knock.
You know the door isn't closed, right?
Think of it as a signal, then. When I'm entering someone else's room and I knock, I'm here as Odette. If I don't knock, it's Lelek. Thanks.
So, why did you come to find me?
Vodyanitsa said you knew about my secret identity from the... But when everyone was discussing who Lelek could be, you were worried that revealing what you knew would be unfair to me. So you kept it to yourself, right? Yes.
It's nothing. I mean, you didn't hold what happened with Signora against me, so... I should thank you for that as well.
Actually, there's something else as well. I found myself in a situation, so I thought I'd come and ask you for advice. It's about Mitya. Before all of this, the last time I saw him, he was dead. As I'm sure you know, my goal as Lelek was just, well, when I found out the tech lead for the experiment behind Project Stuja was Mitya, I immediately started planning to track him down, and I often saw him around the theater. But I soon concluded that making my move, so I decided to infiltrate the Armory Palace and go directly to his lab. That way, the threat would be, well, I suppose there was a bit of luck involved. But I am a Fatus. But when I finally made it to his lab, Mitya seemed to be dead. I checked his breathing and his pulse. He had no vital signs. I thought maybe another anti-Project Stuja activist had beaten me to it, and chosen a much more brutal
That's why you were so on guard around Mitya that first night here.
Yes. When I saw him sitting in the audience during the performance, I could barely contain the shock. To me, it was a miracle. Somehow, he'd come back from the dead. But then, the murders started happening and things got... That is, until Mitya himself said there must be a dead...
And yet, you thought that bringing it up right away would single Mitya out. Just like when everyone was suspecting...
Exactly. I thought... Besides, we soon figured out that Mr. Schramm was a ghost. And we knew there was only one...
But now, it seems like there's an... I understand why you kept it to yourself. There was so much information being thrown around during that discussion.
So, what do you think we should...
Let me confirm one thing first. When...
Around a week ago. Sometime in the
A week ago? That's earlier than I thought. I saw him just a few days ago at a restaurant. That definitely would have been... He seemed completely normal to me. Chatting with Vodyanitsa, trying to avoid Valeri.
So he was definitely alive on that day.
Here's a thought. The reason we even suspected a dead person could be among us was because of the problem with the theater. But Mitya's death happened inside the Armory Palace. The ley lines affecting the theater shouldn't reach that far.
You're right. I guess he doesn't fit the profile.
I think the chances of it being him are very low. Surely he can't have died for real in the Armory Palace.
Unless what?
Unless he really did come back from the dead.
You're right. Do you think we need...
Huh, what's this? A private meet and greet? Where do I line up?
That's not what's going on.
Well, I was just making the rounds. Thought I'd try to lighten the mood a bit. Vodyanitsa's handing out food if you're hungry.
What is going on with this storm? Could it be connected to that monster that just arrived in Sned?
I almost hope it is. Her Majesty the Tsaritsa left to vanquish...
Do you think people still feel the cold after they die?
Death itself is cold, isn't it?
Well, I hope he has a thinking back on it once we get out of here.
Are you okay? Here, take this.
Look who's Mr. Nice Guy all of a sudden. Is it because Tonya's...
Yeah, without Tonya, who knows how...
I told you already, I never intended to resort to...
Bunch of rascals. Little girl? I was rather surprised when you spoke up for me this morning. I didn't think I had...
Oh, no need to thank me.
I've been too embarrassed to admit it. So kind to everyone, but never lets her old man off, especially when she was little. Every time I took her out... All right, easy now. Are you taking anything for it?
Yeah. I'll be fine once I see my brother.
I see.
We should probably discuss arrangements for tonight, now that the deceased has left our midst. However, out of an abundance of caution...
Shouldn't we take shifts?
No need. I managed to get a nap in earlier, so I have plenty of energy right now.
What a long day. This whole situation turned out, but Valeri's right. I should just try to calm down and get...
He's awake. He's awake! Get over here, you big lug, and take a look.
If you must call me something, call me Mr. Door. The Black Mist is coming. You need to go.
Are you all right? Can you walk? We just got attacked by monsters on our way up. That mist, he just seemed to come out of nowhere. Not much of a talker, but when it comes to taking down monsters... Curses! The Black Mist is catching up to us. Mr. Door, I don't believe I've ever seen you around here before. Why is that?
There's no need to try to get to know me. I'm just Mr. Door. I have to find the...
Mr. Door! Monsters! Quick, get rid of them!
I can just push these ones off.
Oh. Well, anyway, we're lucky to have you here. Thanks for saving us earlier.
No need to thank me. This is where my duty lies.
Oh, remarkable work, Mr. Door. Oh, if I had your muscles, I'd do the same. Are none of these doors the one you're looking for?
No.
Cryostorm!
By my command.
I'm so exhausted. Wait, look! There's more monsters down there. Are they coming from... No, no! They're gaining on us! Quick, keep go... Mr. Door, what are you doing? We...
Found it. This is my door.
What?
I am a door. This is where my duty lies.
No! You saved us! We can't leave you...
You must keep going. A door can only keep things out for so long. You must make haste.
But... Oh, you're right. Let's go. The Black Mist isn't moving anymore. Looks like both... I didn't just... Surely I wasn't so scared out of my mind that I hallucinated. Oh, okay, good. Getting sleepy? Well, looks like we're safe for now.
What time is it? Is it morning? I think I had a nightmare. I guess everyone's still asleep? These past 2 days have been exhausting. Larry?
Wake up! Everyone needs to wake up!
Just like the last 2 nights. No clear cause of death. I've been a real thorn in your side, haven't I, Mr. Valeri? But for me, life will be all the duller for not having...
How's Tonya? I just checked on her, and it doesn't seem like anything serious. She's just exhausted from the past couple...
That means Valeri was the only one who died last night.
If Valeri was awake and keeping watch, it would have been impossible to kill him.
This is so frustrating. Why has nothing changed since...
Actually, one thing has changed. There's only one victim this time.
Can a death at night even be But Mr. Schramm was all... After the deceased Schramm left, there was one less... It's a reasonable conclusion. The number of people who die each night is equivalent to the number of dead among us. That's your theory, right?
Exactly. We identified Mr. Schramm, and the night after he left, by that logic, there must be one more dead person left among us.
Another one? But there was only one person unaccounted for in the ticket check.
Having an extra person was definitely a cause for alarm. But being one person short isn't nearly as unusual. Someone could have...
One more dead person among us. If Mitya's theory is right, then what Odette told me, it's just, at the time, we had no reason to think there was more than one dead person. If only we'd taken it more seriously as a possibility.
I'm sorry. This is my fault. I had information that could have been helpful.
I'm partly to blame as well. I was too quick to dismiss Odette.
What is this about? What have you two...
Sounds like there's some big news you've been keeping from the rest of us. I'm the dead person? Wow, that's certain.
Odette and I talked about it yesterday, but we thought it just wasn't possible, so we
Yeah, I don't blame you. If I'd been there, I probably would have reached the same conclusion. Let me just try and verify this. I just scoured my memories trying to think back to the afternoon Miss Odette mentioned, but I honestly have no recollection of dying. That's where I'm different than Mr.
Having seen Mr. Mitya a few days ago myself...
Well, if it isn't Mitya, then who? Do we vote?
If you don't mind me asking, Traveler, I believe you mentioned that you know Tonya's brother. Had you ever met her before all this?
No, never. Wait.
Now just 1 minute. I know where this is going. You can't just... You're in the hot seat, and all of a sudden you want to divert our suspicions onto...
Trying to pick a fight, Mr. Chuganov? Whenever you open your mouth, all you do is attack people, and I've had a...
You!
Did Mitya ask about Tonya because he suspects her? I suppose I only identified her by age, and nothing else.
I'm just saying, you're going around casting suspicion on people for no... I can vouch for her, if nothing else. I've seen her before. She's the sister...
Oh, really? You're telling the truth?
Since being here, I don't think I ever mentioned she was Child's sister
If Chuganov can vouch for her, then it can't be Tonya either. In which case, it's... Miss Odette, could you go over that afternoon with me one more time?
No problem.
Huh. No matter how hard I try, I just can't remember. Miss Vojanitsa, during our last meal together, I told you how some of the researchers were suffering from temporary memory loss.
Oh, yeah. You said it was hindering the progress of your experiments.
Right. And even though I don't remember dying that day, I'm pretty sure I experienced something like amnesia. Some of my memories from that afternoon are...
Are you suggesting you're missing the memory of your...
Of course. How am I only just realizing this? Humans aren't necessarily aware of their own death.
You mean being silently assassinated, or dying in your sleep? Situations...
The researcher's amnesia. Suddenly it all makes sense. I must thank you, Odette. I think your perspective just helped me reach a breakthrough on a series of issues that... All right. It's decided then.
Oh, leave! Hey, wait a minute! Aren't you rushing in?
Come on, kid. Aren't you gonna fight for your life?
I have other reasons beyond what's been discussed. In fact, I remember during Miss Odette's performance, while I was sitting in the audience stalls, a brilliant new idea for my research popped into my mind. But then I can't remember it now at all, and I didn't take any notes. I guess that must be another instance of temporary amnesia.
No. Hold on. I see where you're going with this. You're suggesting that each instance of temporary amnesia, there's a glaringly obvious flaw in that idea, no? How can one person...
I believe Miss Odette's account. During the period where my memory is blank, I must have been either dead or in a similar state. All it would take is for the same thing to happen in the theater, and I would come under the effect of the ley lines in this vicinity. This increases the likelihood of me...
But...
There's no evidence to suggest that anyone other than me is a candidate for the deceased. So please relax, everyone. I don't think things are as bad as they may seem. If I really am the deceased, if, on the other hand, I'm still alive right now, well, apparently you've all witnessed my resurrection recently anyway.
Mitya's right. This is the only thing we can try right now. I think he's deliberately downplaying the gravity of the situation, though.
What is a scientist if not someone who gambles on experiment after experiment in an attempt to obtain... With this snowstorm, the ley line phenomenon, ghosts of the dead, and my amnesia, we've been paralyzed by not knowing and powerless to do... But if I do get resurrected, you can be sure that I'll come back with the truth of all this. Just you wait.
Poor Mr. Mitya. I didn't even...
Maybe it's a good thing that you weren't... Maybe it's the realization that, at the... Come to think of it, you could take it a step... If I make it out of here, I'm going to cherish...
Without regrets, I feel like a strange sense of anxiety has been quietly growing inside.
Are you okay?
If something's bugging you, let's talk about it. There's only a few of us.
I have a travel companion named Paimon. Alosha and Odette have met her before. She's been feeling unwell.
You're worried about her, aren't you?
To be honest, I used to feel like I was just a spectator in this world.
A descender?
But with Paimon by my side, over time, I slowly felt my connection to this. She loves eating, sleeping, and having fun. But she's also, over the last few days that we've been apart, I've often caught myself. But by the time I snap out of it, the conversation has already moved on. I'm trying to overcome this sense of detachment, but I really miss Paimon.
I bet she misses you when you're not there as well.
I don't know if this will make you feel any better. But back when the water imps left Snezhnograd, I could be surrounded by people. Later on, I started to think, maybe accepting the fact that all we can do is cherish their companion. So, once we get out of here, you better hurry back to our side as fast as you can. You can't let your...
Thank you.
But Vodyanitsa...
If you hate goodbyes too, that's just the choice I made. I used to, like I said before, singing is a water imp's primary mode of our songs have so I made the choice to stay.
Could you teach me how to understand?
A fan after my own heart. Thank you, Tonya. How about I sing something for you, and you tell me what you hear?
Huh? I've never heard that one before.
Color me impressed, Tonya. Most people can only tell if a song is... I've actually never performed this song in the theater before, because it has more of a ceremonial purpose for... It means something like, may those we have lost watch over... Follow this song back home and then...
No wonder I could hear that sense of longing.
It's getting late, Tonya, and you're not well.
Okay.
Of course. Anything for my...
Once I get out of here, I definitely don't plan on ever... But I guess that means I'll never get to hear Vodyanitsa sing before I fall asleep. Where am I? It's so dark in here, and I feel... Huh? What was that noise?
Return, O spirits. Fulfill your oath of protection.
I'm alive?
No time for questions. Quick, over here. Turn on the switch. We need to bring... All right, we're safe. The spirit just now is called Night Prayer. The light subdues her, but she'll attack without a second thought in the dark. Sort of. I know it's hard, but you can't let this place go dark, or she'll kill you again. Yep. Luckily, I was here to resurrect you. Otherwise, that'd have...
A bit more than a bummer, I'd say.
Sure I do. I'm your guardian I specialize in soul recall. Oh, it's nice to meet you, by the...
Thanks.
Alright, there's no time to waste. The black mist is already catching up. We need to reach the next switch before the place gets too dark. If we bring the light back, Night Prayer won't be able to get to us. Sweet, sweet light! It's back! Now that's a sight for sore eyes. Shh! It's Night Prayer. We need to move quick, but don't let her notice you. Look out! The next switch is over there. can't be the only path. Let's head up there and take a look. I won't let you die like this. Not on my watch. The switch is just up ahead. Hurry! It's too dark. We're not gonna make it. Come on! Traveler! I won't let you die like this.
Even though it's not permanent, dying is definitely not...
Great.
Yeah, thanks.
Time for you to get out of here.
What about you?
I can't. I've already been used up. A guardian spirit's skills are finite. I can only I might not look any different, but my essence has been exhausted. Now, I can go no further. The black...
Why didn't you tell me sooner?
Because it wouldn't have changed anything. That knowledge would have just burdened you.
But...
Go. Now, before it's too...
What do you need, sir? How could the...
Well, I guess there's no need to inspect.
This wasn't supposed to happen. You lied to us,
Take a long, hard look at yourself before you go around accusing. I suspected you on day one, Lilac, and now look where we are. By some straight. And you, little hunter, ever so content with staying on the sidelines. Yet, you were the...
Now you're just lashing out indiscriminately. That's either a sign... Where was all this passion and bravado before?
Is that a threat? Fine, bring it on. You think I'm afraid to die after...
After all the trauma of the past few days, everyone's been pushed. Valeria and Mitya aren't here anymore. Someone else need... But first, I need to think this through. Consider... I clearly remember Mr. Chuganov from the first time I visited the theater. Of those who remain, the only person we've never met before is People are easily misled by first impressions. Now that I think about it, Child's sister was in fact but Mr. Chuganov vouched for Tonia's identity yesterday. Tonia, how's Tusser been lately?
Tusser?
Your brother Ajax must have mentioned me in his letters home, right? Did he say anything about a blonde traveler?
No. And my brother's name is Razik, not Ajax.
Chuganov. Looks like it's your turn to do some explaining.
I knew you were behind this, Chuganov. Everything about you is fake. Down to the wife and daughter you're always talking. That night, when I infiltrated your place as Lelik, I noticed you were home alone. Didn't think much of it at the time, but thinking back on it now, that doesn't seem very like...
Even that was a lie? But why would...
Curses! Oh, why is there no end to this black...
I think I remember now. I know how I ended up here. The reason I'm always coughing is because I got sick with frostbite. The locals usually call it It's not a very common illness. It's partly genetic and partly caused by the cold climate, but it can be fatal. After a while, I felt myself growing weaker and weaker. So one day, I told my brother that I wanted him to take me outside for once. so things could be like they used. He agreed. He snuck me out. We got to the theater, bought tickets, and went inside. Oh, it was all so exciting. I remember when I woke up, I couldn't find my brother anywhere, but there's no way he'd leave me behind. So I decided to stay here and wait for him. At the time, Tonya, it sounds like by then... Yeah, I know. And after all of that, it turns out I can't blame my... I'm sorry, everyone. I realized this much too late.
Your name probably isn't even Tonya, is it?
Well, when I was little, my brother and I read a storybook. When we escaped from the hospital, our family and the hospital security were looking everywhere. So when you first approached me and said my brother had sent you and called, I thought he must have chosen a fake name that only the two of us would know. Because he was afraid of getting... At least your memory of death isn't painful. That is... Now it's your turn, Chuganov. Talk to us. I believe...
You're right. I was lying. I happen to know that the Harbinger child and his sister... And... yes, the truth of the matter is... I lost them. A long time. My daughter's name was Iskra. And before you ask yet, she also died from the snow cough. She was just 6 years after Iskra passed. My wife couldn't bear to face that. One day when I came home from work and saw the empty room, I soon discovered that this was the only thing that...
Nothing more than a pathetic means of escapism, I know. So explain your false testimony then.
The night before last, when I was chatting with Tonya, she mentioned that her brother would brew medicine for her from frost fairy flower leaves. Combined with her various symptoms, I suddenly understood the snow cough used to be an incurable illness. I would pick frost fairy flower leaves to brew, but the year after my daughter passed away, the jester of the Fatui announced that a cure for frost blight, also known as... It turned out that all previous treatments were completely ineffective. No better than... That was the final straw for me. I just couldn't So, more than anyone, I know full well that in this day and age, no one in their right mind would still be... Poor Miss Tonya, therefore, had to have been from an era when snow...
So, you projected your daughter onto her? Even though you knew she was one of the dead?
That doesn't make any sense. You knew she was already dead.
I just don't believe in your crackpot theories. How can you just declare a living person dead and throw them out into that snowstorm? Nitya's gone. My good buddy Shram's gone. And now it's the others I can make my peace with. But little Miss Tonya, here she is, standing right in front. I just want her to live. Once this snowstorm is over, the very moment it stops, I'll be damned if I'm gonna let you cast her out into the... Not again! Not this time! Not when the cure is right...
Mr. Chuganov, by the sounds of it, you've known I was dead since the night before last. I really liked Mr. Valeri, Mr. Mitya, and I'm not happy about that. The reality is, you've been trying to fight your own...
No!
Well, at this point, I'm quite sure that I'm dead, despite all the bad things that kept happening. I got to meet since the day I escaped that hospital until now. I'm very fond of you all. If it were only... And that's why I'm not fond of you at all, Mr. Chuganov. It's them that you owe an apology to. Well then, I suppose...
You're leaving already? It's still early.
No. My name is Patashka. It was nice meeting you all. Feels strange that we're only being properly introduced now that it's time to...
Patashka?
What are you doing, Chuganov? Are you crazy?
Let me leave.
In your dreams, Don't think you're getting off that easy when you had a hand in the deaths of... The Fatui have honed quite an array of enhanced interrogation techniques since they were founded. I think we should leave. I doubt this snowstorm is ever going to stop. For all we know, this storm might have destroyed all of...
Wait, we finally solved the mystery of the haunted theater today. Maybe let's...
Fair enough. I don't particularly feel like dying.
And yet you won't let me die first.
Hey, Chuganov, on a serious note, if we do make it out of here, you should close down that factory.
Is this really the time to be All right, fine.
Am I hearing things? There it is again. But I don't
Should we open the door?
Is this it? If the last few days are anything to go by, whatever lies beyond...
Hey, everyone.
How are you doing?
Much better, thanks. Whew, it is so good to... Let me see. Tonya and Vodyanitsa died last night. And then you did...
Not Tonya. Pitash.
First, tell us how you made it back here, given the conditions out...
You're right. The thing that got me back safely was... a song. I heard someone singing. After walking into the snowstorm, my mind grew hazy. I don't know how long I walked through the storm before my mind completely slipped away. Then, suddenly, I heard the sound of singing. The voice instantly brought me back to my senses, and I regained consciousness. So I followed the voice, searching for the source of the singing. I searched and searched, until finally, just a few...
I've actually never performed this song in the theater before, because it has more of a ceremonial purpose for... It means something like, may those we have lost watch over us, and follow this song back home, and then...
That must have been Vodyanitsa's Requiem. Who knew?
That song is meant to guide the souls of the dead. Mitya.
Huh. No kidding. Huh, seemed like I guessed right then. When I first stepped out of the theater, I was still quite lucid. My memory of it is still pretty intact. I remember the outside world being completely different than what I'd expected. It was like this was a world where only the snowstorm existed. There wasn't a trace. I don't know how else to describe it, except to say that... And as for the Requiem, if I was guided here by Vodyanitsa's song, it can only mean that I must already be dead. But I didn't experience a clear moment of death while I was out there. Nor do I feel any different now than before I walked into the snowstorm.
You don't seem any different to me either. In fact, this is something I've been wondering about. Both Shram and Patashka were clearly deceased, and yet their souls didn't look or feel like ghosts.
This raises a truly terrible thought. Is that really what Mitya is Dreams can't... Mitya's soul was summoned back by the Requiem, confirming that he is indeed already dead. Of course, if even the long-deceased like Mr. Shram can then maybe we've all been dead from the very start. And all of us are now...
Yes. I think that...
What did you say?
You heard me. We died in the theater. All of us did. But due to an obstruction in the theater's ley lines, our souls are trapped here. It's ironic, really. All that time, we were working so hard to figure out who the deceased among us were, when the truth was, we were all... Do you remember that note, "Death is near"? Seems like we misunderstood what it meant after all. Death was nearer than we wanted to think all along. The note simply meant that all of us...
So all our attempts to survive, our search for the deceased...
Hard to say. At the very least, we helped 2 lost souls find clarity and go to where they belong. The presence of those 2 is probably what caused our souls to be drawn in by the ley lines. In which case, the deaths we've awoken to over the past few days were just...
If what you're saying is true, doesn't that make us the lost soul? Huh, no wonder. This afternoon, when I was moving Vodyanitsa's body, I noticed that the other bodies...
That's further proof that those aren't physical bodies at all, but merely our shells here in the afterlife.
Am I really dead? No, that's impossible.
I still find it hard to believe that all of us are dead. How exactly did we die in the real world? None of it...
Not even knowing how we died is preposterous.
Exactly. It's hard to rest in peace when you don't even know how you died. It gave me lots to think about as I strode out into the snowstorm. I racked my brains trying to remember the cause of my death, the exact moment I died, the root... Wait. Hold on. Right before I lost consciousness, I think I saw something. I can't remember. And I think...
Mitya, your hand. Is that blood on your fingers?
Huh? You're right. There's blood on the fingertips of my right hand. Looks like it's already dried. What the... I guess... this was what I saw. I must have... What's wrong? Do you recognize it?
It's... Renova. The ruler of death.
Huh?
Alosha, do you still remember that Snezhnayan folk? It was about the Grim Reaper. When someone's about to die, he appears as an incarnation of someone familiar. And as soon as you recognize his face, your life is over.
I heard a similar tale when I was little. You think the Grim Reaper in this story?
That's right. In which case, death is near could also mean that the Grim Reaper is here disguised in a familiar form.
Death, the deceased, and the Grim Reaper? So it's a triple entendre. When I first saw this note, I thought it contradicted the investigation report. But now it seems like that...
So the Grim Reaper deliberately misled us. Then, we started suspecting each other and searched for the deceased.
By that logic, the one person most likely to be the Grim Reaper... Identifying the Grim Reaper is a major decision to make. Identifying the Grim Reaper... No doubt about it. Looking back at how everyone has acted over the past few days. Is it you, Alosha? You were the first to discover the investigation report, and you had plenty of...
So? Surely you can't suspect me based on... What if someone else found the investigation report first? Slipped the note inside?
There's no denying it. The note could easily...
That's not all. I've also noticed that although on the surface, Valeri, Mitya, and sometimes I were the ones taking charge. Looking back now, even though you didn't say much, you were always subtly guiding everyone.
What do you mean?
You were the one who emphasized how dangerous it was outside and insisted we all stay here. It was also you who suggested that we all sleep in the... And earlier today, you tried to convince Patashka to stay. I don't understand why, but it was...
So, you didn't understand my intentions, and now you're assuming the worst.
He still won't admit it. Fine.
The biggest question I have right now is, if the Grim Reaper is impersonating Alosha, then where's the real Alosha? When did they...
No, nothing related to a... That's right. Right at the start. Before any victims had even emerged. When all this began, right after the performance ended and the snowstorm began to pick up, no one suspected. It wasn't until we discovered the bodies the morning after that But it's clear now that the oddities actually started earlier than that. When Dimov walked into the snowstorm...
Right. So Mr. Dimov was the first victim, not Sobolova and Torgov.
And if we pinpoint that moment as the beginning of this incident, Alosha, you are the only person who walked into the snowstorm and came back without the help of Vodyanitsa's...
More precisely, Alosha never came back at all.
Not bad. Well, since you've backed me into a corner, I suppose there's no point in keeping up the act anymore.
Alosha?
You're the Grim Reaper?
I am no such tired cliché. Mortals should address me as the ruler of death. Before being wiped out for good, you identified the two deceased, and even sensed my presence. A commendable achievement.
I heard you can ferry souls. Those deaths each night. Were they your doing?
Your initial conclusion was correct. Due to the existence of the two deceased, the ley lines yearned to reclaim those long-lost souls. Every night they devoured an equal number of souls to fill the void. This required... Here, take a look.
What are you doing?
That takes care of today's two. Don't get so worked up. You are already dead, and your souls must return to the ley lines.
I know we're already dead. You murdered us, didn't you?
Murdered? No. Murder is when mortals usurp my authority. Death is my jurisdiction. If I require someone to die, I need not You simply met the criteria to trigger my curse of death.
I know about the curse of immortality. So there's another death-related curse too. You cursed us? When? And why would you do...
So often, humans pray to me, begging to know when their death will come, and what form it will take. But few people ask why. If you must have an answer, know that death...
So you're not going to tell us the truth?
Hold your tongue. By all rights, you should... Those angels from the past are to blame for the reckless renovation of the ley lines here. It's made my work...
Work? So trapping us here, making us watch our friends die, that's just another day at work for you?
You clearly have a lot of questions. Fine. As a reward for your... After the physical body dies, the soul must return to the ley lines for that person's death to be considered complete. My work encompasses the entire process of death, including... You must also be rather familiar with Natlan's Night Kingdom, I presume? It was I who supported the creation of the Night Kingdom. Here, too, the ley lines connected to the theater underwent some modifications. The angels hoped to make them capable of accommodating the souls of some... But this actually hindered their ability to accept ordinary souls to some degree. This effect manifested itself after you died from the curse in the theater, leaving you stranded in the afterlife, unable to achieve a complete death. But if souls who die from the curse of death fail to return to the ley lines within a short window of time, then they will remain forever suspended between life and death, no longer subject to the authorities of either.
So if you don't resolve this matter soon, and see all our souls return to the ley lines before long, we'll escape your control.
Mitya is sharp. This must be what Renova was worried might happen, and the reason she got involved to begin with. But if you have the authority to guide souls, why didn't you just show yourself and get it over with? Why hide among us?
You seek to understand the mind of a god. This is a theater, and I decided I wanted to watch a show about death. That's why I encouraged you to take the events. I found myself getting quite immersed. I suppose the entertainment you provided makes up for all the trouble you've caused me by being so defiant in the face of death. There.
Can't say I am.
Really? But it fits the stereotypes you humans...
Just moments ago, you were complaining about how infuriatingly complicated your work. Work is work, I get it. There are times when it's a huge pain, but you just have to get it done, right?
That's a rather unique perspective for a human. You are due to the obstruction in the theater's ley lines. There is a hard limit on the number of souls they can receive each day. Revealing my identity too soon would inevitably have led to futile resistance. And there was a risk that Then there was the issue of the 2 lost souls you called the deceased. The way...
That's what I don't understand. If all of us were souls of the dead, what made their presence among us special?
For centuries, they have refused to return to the ley lines, exploiting the issues created by the angel civilization. Centuries of obsession accumulated during this process. You may think of this obsession as the resentment of the dead, and in this quantity, it was a bomb that it reached the point where I could not afford to leave it unchecked. But the only way to fix it was to help them acknowledge their own deaths, make peace with their regret. Only then, with my guidance, could they finally return to the ley lines. Otherwise, you would not like to know.
I vaguely remember seeing Batashka, but in the most terrifying form. Was that in a dream?
I see your dreams brought you many revelations. So you see, death in fact grants wisdom to mortals. Anyway, giving psychological counseling to lost, that is more of an angel's role. It was something I could not resolve directly using my authority, so I decided it was easier to leave the bomb defusal to you. Meanwhile, of course, their presence caused the souls of other members of your party to return to the ley lines each night, as both issues slowly resolved one another without me having to lift a finger. All I had to do was stay close by and keep the... And, of course, while I was at it, I thoroughly enjoyed watching this drama.
Sounds like you had it all figured out, Grim Reaper. I just did the math. You said there's a hard limit to the number of souls the ley lines here can receive.
That much is obvious.
It's time to review this whole affair. If the ley lines can only take in 2 people... Looking back now, none of us had the faintest idea at the time. From the moment that staff member named Dimov walked into the snowstorm, the incident had already begun. No. Alosha was the second to walk into the snowstorm after Dimov. During this process, the ruler of death... During our first night in the theater, everyone was caught up in the novelty of it all. No one could have expected there would be victims the very next morning. Despite all the confusion, and with the help of hindsight, we finally began to realize that something was amiss with the snowstorm. No, The ley lines devoured... Odette and I spoke a lot that night. 3 people were on watch, but in the morning, we discovered that someone had fallen victim all the same. The deaths of cool, unexplainable phenomena are... later, we discovered that there seemed to be an extra person among us, and subsequently discovered the existence of the deceased. Mr. Schramm realized he thought it was all over. A lot happened today. The fact that there was more than one deceased seemed to bring us back to square one. Odette revealed some information she had been keeping to herself. Vodyanitsa was swallowed. As it happened, the girl I thought, come to think of it, and Renova. Looking back, no one could have expected anyone who walked into the snowstorm to return. But just after nightfall, Meteor returned, bringing crucial information with him. Various truths began to surface, including that all of us were already dead, and that the ruler of death was here among us. Then, after revealing her true form, Renova callously claimed 2 souls. In fact, everyone was now. That covers everything.
Your work isn't finished here yet, is it? The Traveler and I are...
The Water Imp's song threw things off a little. The ley lines have already anchored your soul, and the first ray of light tomorrow morning will take you back.
So the reunion in the night that Vodyanitsa mentioned, I suppose that was never meant to be a permanent reunion.
That just leaves you, Traveler. My power only allows me to temporarily separate and your soul is firmly anchored to your body by your will. For a descender like you, who is not bound by Tevat's rules, your death can only be brought through the most violent of means, such as directly destroying either your body. I have no interest in involving myself with descenders. For now. Although, this may change if Asmodee remains missing.
One last question, then. All our struggles and sacrifices here.
Death abides no reason. Besides, what you call to me, it is nothing more than a self-indulgent charade in the face of death.
Grim Reaper, you really know how to get on my nerves.
I'm not here to ingratiate myself with you. I kill merely because your deaths are necessary.
Oh, you've made that quite clear. But humans don't take well to being scorned. Not even by the gods.
This is futile. You must know that you are powerless against me in my own domain. I suggest that you save your strength.
For what? Maybe we can't change it. But if nothing else, we can at least teach you to have some respect for the dead.
Audacious.
How are you holding up, Odette?
What happened to me?
How much do you remember?
What do you mean? Is the performance over?
Has Odette already... Mitya?
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I spaced out there for a second. Remind me who you are?
Don't you remember anything?
Yeah, I remember now, comrade. Looks like just like me when Odette found me at the Armory Palace. For some reason, everyone killed by the Ruler of Death eventually came back to life, just with one catch. They forgot what happened while they were dead.
Odette and the others have already forgotten everything. Why
could this be the reason? You said this is the Ruler of Death's symbol, right?
I don't see anything there.
You don't? Huh. Okay, I guess that makes sense. Does that mean I carved this symbol into my soul? What about you, though? The Ruler of Death mentioned that you're a descender?
A full explanation would get complicated.
Well then, now that it's all over, let's figure out what we've learned. The first thing I notice is that everything here is precisely as we left it, right before our deaths. This confirms that...
They say that right before death, time slows down, and you're...
That must be how you know you have one foot in the afterlife by that point. Anyway, clearly the few days we spend in the afterlife probably... This also aligns with previous reports of widespread temporary memory loss among the Armory Palace personnel. Now it seems likely to those unaware of the truth, dying and coming back to life must feel similar to a short bout of catatonia. This leaves me with a couple big questions. What are the conditions that trigger this so-called curse of death? And why are we resurrected after we die?
If nothing else, I think it shows that killing us wasn't her old...
Right. This time only got complicated because of the situation with... Come to think of it, wasn't I about to note something down before I died? I can't remember what it was, but I think it was something related to my research. Sorry, Traveler. I'll catch up with you again later. Right now...
Sir, if I may, no one of your description has ever shown up in my... Yet, you two seem very familiar with each other. And, by the way, have we ever crossed paths? Forgive the...
I can explain everything. Could you help me gather everyone in...
So, Chuganov really is going to shut down the factory. I guess this the... So, you said I promised to take you to the Armory Palace while we were in the afterlife, yes? I believe you. I think I even agreed.